Hello and welcome to the Marko Yamashita Show. I am your host, Marko Yamashita, the one true only location on YouTube that will give you fair, honest information regarding the biggest companies in VTubing today. Now, today we will be discussing some of the things that have been bothering me lately about the VTubing industry or community rather as a whole. And to answer a question to the TLDR crowd, I have nothing against Lidia personally. I have never even talked to her. However, she does present herself as somebody who supposedly talks about the news and has reliable sources, yet severely undermines her audience either by naivety or by intentional fashion, news spin for her own agenda. Now, this puts her less than serving the public through fair and biased information and more into opinionated and inflammatory op-ed territory that must be fact-checked and discussed in the interest of the public. There are times where content creators have to hold each other accountable for what they are doing to their own community when it comes to things like misinformation, hate, deceit, and all these are being carried out, especially with influencers that are in the VTuber world. We have to hold them accountable. And aside from big headlines that are placed on Anime News Network or Dextro or any of those venues, news coverage and topics of conversation largely revolve around the anonymous community that utilize message boards, Reddit, and other various social media. And unless you're in Japan, then you get the extra benefit of your name being tied to modeling and entertainment magazine coverage, things like that. Now, don't get me wrong. I believe creating content for self-gain is perfectly fine in its original concept. However, when that self-gain comes at the expense of others by negatively labeling them or pushing slanderous names and ideals into their direction that literally have minute merit in the face of tangible information and resources, a critical view must be made with the realism upon the source material that can be consumed by the viewer. Now, I fact check everything that I say and do on my channel, especially when I'm talking about topics like this. And the reason for that is so I serve you in the best way I can in order for you to digest the information and you draw your own conclusions, not tell you what the conclusion is. And that's why I challenge all my listeners to do. I challenge you to listen to the information that's being given to you. Listen when I talk that this is my opinion. And then when everything is hard fact on the screen from a reliable source. If you, honestly, guys, if you look, and by the way, all the sources online are in my description. So if you want to fact check me, you can go do that because they're all down there. But I want you to look at all the hate that is on this one channel directed straight towards Nijisanji. This is just within the last month or so. She is literally like throwing constant shade on this company that she doesn't like. And most of this information is severely skewed or cherry picked in order for her to be able to craft a story of something extremely bad happening. And that is called misinformation. That is called lying by omission. It is still a lie. If you try to do this in court, they will get you for contempt of court for lying through omission. If you refuse to accept the entire truth of the situation you're talking about. All right, so I want you to bear this in mind as we move on here. Now, I'm going to address something that that I have addressed on another video, but I want to address it more elaborate here. That way, you can actually see what is being said and done out there. Okay, now this slide here. This is one of her thumbnails that you just saw. All right, it says nijisanji, viewers down 50%. All right, that is what the thumbnail says. Okay, so that's the headline, right? That's the attention grabber. Now, if you go to look at her title for her stream, there is absolutely no mention of this in in the title of her stream. Okay, now I get it. Some people, you throw something up there on your thumbnail that's like the big thing you want to talk about, but you have a lot of other things you want to talk about, so you cram it all into a title, and then you try to put the rest on a thumbnail. I get that. However, in this particular case, if you notice, it says nijisanji viewers down 50%, and then you go down into the title and it says something completely different. And what the attempt here is to tie the main headline that you see on the screen, that viewership is down 50%, with the stocks dropping. Okay, she's trying to tie this together into one cohesive thing. All right, now listen to the video, because we have several clips that we're going to be using today. If I can find them. Okay, there it is. Okay, so this is the first video that I want you to see and listen to extremely carefully.
Okay, this is a post on the kurosanji subreddit posted by Liquid Recto. It says, V-Stats dropped the second quarter report. Hollow EN up 100%, while Niji EN minus 50%. Rise of Face Connect, Vispo, and Neto Forte struggles. So here, this is a live streaming statistics of by brand, which is the non-Japanese. So, of course, Hololive is at the top, followed by Niji. So here, they're up by 103%. Niji is down by 50%. And then we have Face Connect coming up at a plus 136%. That's incredible. And then here says, all right. So anyway, so that is just some interesting.
Okay, so I'm gonna stop her there. Okay, because if we go back to the oops, not that one. Okay, if we go back to the original thumbnail, the original thumbnail says, nijisanji is down 50%, right? But that's not what she said. After she segued that title into the actual video, or the stream, she actually segued this into, nijisanji as a whole. I mean, that's the first thing people click on, right? Because you don't see EN on the title screen here. She's put EN on other titles of her various videos, And if we go back and we look. If we go back and we look, she has squeezed in EN on some of her deals, or she even puts it in her title. But she intentionally misleads you by using the company as a whole as a hook and claiming one thing, and then she comes in and claims another. Now, if you look at the actual slide of the Hololive EN crowd, you will see that on the screen here, while it does say, and I have it highlighted, it does say that Nijisanji En is the one that we're looking at. But if you go over past the 50% and you start looking at the other statistics are 2-to-1 better than Hololive English, all right? And what you see in the blue box is the total amount of hours, and then the one below it is from base, and it compares it to last year. Now, if you look at these numbers, total number of hours of content for Nijisanji En is twice the amount of Hololive English. The second is the total amount of frames, not frames, but the actual streams that have been done versus each other. Hololive English has only done 634 streams for that time frame, while Nijisanji En has done 1,448 streams. So they've done 2-to-1 of this. And I was actually looking at the stats of the company, and I'm actually kind of surprised. I did not realize that they had so many people involved with and Nijisanji, especially on the EN branch. Now, I want you to pay attention real carefully for the next slide here. Okay, this slide here shows that they are less than 1 million viewers from each other. All right, Hololive and Nijisanji are less than 1 million viewers from each other. And if you look at the box next to it, tells an extremely different story. It says that Nijisanji's growth is 34.53% versus Hololive, which is 34.91%. And there is a 7% difference between the two companies, and it favors Nijisanji. Now, people you'll often say, well, they're abandoning the EN branch, they're doing this and they're doing that. And the truth is, when you ask them where that source came from, most of them say, I saw it on Reddit and somebody translated it, and then I heard it through, Lydia or Falside or any other one of these guys that peddle, half truth and lies purely based on what they read on Reddit. All right. But the reality of it is that Hololive, and especially on this screen here, does not include the Holostars. They're in their own separate category as far as the streaming content is. So you have and you also have Hololive Dev.is, and I think at least a couple of them understand some English on that, but that's besides the point. If you combine them all together, you start seeing that there is a larger picture that is not being told. I mean, again, Nijisanji is on top with 33 million subscribers, and they're up 44.81% compared to Hololive, which only has 21. So there's 12% or 12 million that have a gap between the two. And to further the point, if you look at the statistics on here, the number below is last year. All right, the number below is last year's numbers, and Hololive has barely moved 1.4% of the needle in their favor for people that are subscribers and whatnot. And if you look at the top here, they have Nijisanji has 33 million people viewers on their channel, or consuming one of the channels in their brand. So I find it very disingenuous to only tell half the story, because yes, Hololive EN is lagging behind, but it's not because they are trying to attract an American crowd. And people often scoff at that, and they say, well, you're just making excuses for him and whatnot, which is completely not the case. And to show you why I can say that, let me get this next slide up. This is the physical report for Anycolor Inc. of second quarter. So this goes back to December of last year. All right. Excuse me. And if you look at the slide here in the report, on the right it says that it's a tough situation that continues for year-on-year decrease for nijisanjien due to the slowdown in consumption from Japanese fans and preference of Japanese fans that have moved from nijisanjien back to Japanese VTubers. They do not like the content that is being put out there by the current people that are, supposedly running the show over at nijisanjien. Now, whether it be that click there or not, but that's besides the point. It's not because this isn't because English-speaking fans of VTubers are winning against this, completely ridiculous war against, Nijisanji. It's not that you're winning. It's that those people are just going back and consuming Japanese VTubers, and a lot of them are for Nijisanji, because they are tired of your BS that a lot of people throw out there and try to ridicule the company. And again, I will say this a 1,000 times. All right, these financial results that it seems that Fallside and Lydia completely ignore, except for the little bullet points that that support their ideal. The company paid all the livers a combined total of $49 million in salaries last year, or this past fiscal year. It's a variable cost. It's a direct variable cost because it depends on performance, output, and content. So some months it's going to be higher, some months it's going to be lower. But if you are trying to do content that you're expecting the company to pay for, and they tell you that's not something that we're going to support, and you go out and you buy it with your own money, that's on you. Because you signed a contract that said, I agree to abide by these principles and rules and all this other stuff that is in the contract. If you put your name on the contract, you're bound by that contract. That is a business, that's a business agreement between yourself and the company. And I actually had been diving into some of the Japanese, I guess for lack of a better word, that they are job career websites where you could leave a review when you either join a company or you exit a company. You could put your review of the company out there and why you left it and all this other stuff. There were people on that Japanese board that were getting upwards of like $2,000 to $3,000 to $4,000 in bonuses over this last quarter, because they performed so well. All right. Now, I want you to again watch the screen here, that we of what we have going on. All right. Oops, I need to transition back to not that one, that one. Okay. So keep an eye on the video here.
So you'll remember 21 days ago,
Okay. This is the start of her talking about the Nijisanji buyback and why she thinks it failed.
Color, they were doing something called a stock buyback. Anyone ever follow up on the stock buyback? This is the document that got released as of July 3rd. And this is from Riku Tazumi. So this is essentially saying, I don't know, I guess like a receipt saying like, yeah, we did it. This is the stock buyback, okay? So here at the bottom, this was the reference. So they were wanting to buy 4 million shares, or they were going to spend 7.5 billion yen. So if you look up here, so it looks like they weren't able to hit their goal of the 4 million shares, but they were able to spend all the money, 7.5 billion yen. Next piece of newsy news. This is posted on the kurosanji subreddit. This is posted by Zfee. And then this says, this is probably the highest it's been for shareholders wanting to sell their stocks. The percentage of people who want to sell is 82% for the nijisanji stonks, and 8% want to buy it. So people are saying, sell, sell, sell! So as you can see here, they've had another big drop, 4.34% as of filming.
Okay, that's enough of that. Now, I find a lot of what she said completely hilarious because she is drastically misinformed on the stock buybacks and the cancellations and what she's actually trying to glean from this from the stock market on the Yahoo financial website place. Okay, and she's looking at just one segment of a singular day. And it's kind of funny in a way that she's doing this because you cannot judge a stock whether it's doing good or bad by a day. You can say that for that day it performed bad. However, there are reasons why it probably performed bad against the broader market. And again, I am not a financial advisor or any of that stuff, but I will say that I do trade stock. And this next one is extremely hilarious.
So they're at 24.24. People, I'm not a stock bro, so I don't know what this means.
Okay, so stock buyback. There are several benefits for a stock buyback for shareholders and company, including increasing shareholder value. There's tax advances. It demonstrates confidence. It corrects an undervalued stock, which is what they were trying to do. And then other benefits in the buyback is for paying options and everything else. Now she cherry picked most of the things here that she could spin and say, oh, they're evil. They are investing in such a diabolical company, and they're buying back all their stocks, and they're not paying their employees, even though they dished out between $2,000 to $4,000 US as a bonus at the end of the fiscal year per employee. Yeah, they are such an evil company, not because they have money and they're not sending it towards their livers.
But the discussion I've read online is basically this can cause a stock value to raise, and there's now 5% less available for purchase.
Which is absolutely correct. It's simple math. EPS, earnings per share, is the net income of the company divided by the average outstanding shares of a stock company. And in cases where dividends are paid out to shareholders, you also have to include that in the equation in order to get it. It's simple math. It's not something that you how can you say exactly demonize with just buying back 5% of the stock, especially when the stock itself had split just a year prior, which meant there were double the amount of stock available for purchase out there. So you're basically shorting up some of that access from the stock split that were not bought, or rather they were bought, but you're offering a value price of those stocks, and you're not putting them back into the amount that is out there for purchase. All right. Now, she is going to talk about some other things here shortly, we're not going to get into that quite yet, but just hang tight.
And these guys are obsessed with stock value. I don't think I need to say this, but this is not financial advice. Please don't take this as financial advice. Okay. So some of the peeps in the comments are saying, reducing the volume of stocks is an attempt to increase the value of existing stocks. And this person says,
now, notice that she skips over everything that Dark Evil Elvin says, okay? And even what he says is not entirely accurate. From this, what I can gather, it only happens when financials are not performing to expectations, which is incorrect, because they either surpassed the net income expectations or the EPS, except for this last quarter of Q4, and they missed it by I believe they had 90% of the revenue that they expected to come in, and they didn't have that 10%. However, all the other financials were in line, which means as expected by the market. All right, now they made so much profit that they have enough to reinvest and buy back shares to benefit the stockholders. That is absolutely correct. And notice what he said. He said one of the ways is that they made so much profit that they have enough to reinvest. And she says repeatedly after she skips this that they did not reinvest. All right. And then also buy back shares to the benefit of the stockholders. This is for, now I want you to pay close attention to what I'm about to say, okay? Because in a lot of situations when they do a stock buyback, there are companies out there that have other companies that own shares of their company. All right, and it's called cross sharing. You invest a certain amount into their stock, they invest a certain amount into your stock, and then you end up holding stock of the other company. And then during the stock buybacks, those companies then say, well, we don't need these shares anymore. We would like to cash them in order to bring in a cash flow into our company, and that's when the company will buy them back. Now, according to a few websites out there, and where did I do with that? What did I do with that slide? A lot of companies out there, they have 2, 3, 4 people, businesses that invest into their company, and they want to buy those back in order to limit the amount of investment and ownership of a different company into your own company. Now let's keep going on this for one little bit, and then we'll move on from this in a way.
Value of existing stocks. And this person says, this is a method to fortify.
Oh yeah, and by the way, just to back up here, I did not get to that person's third point. They're pulling back on reinvestment due to poor potential outlook. Rather than prop up the stock price now, they mitigate future losses, and as a bad result, etc., etc. Now, you can do that, but that is not the correct way of pulling back the amount of available stock that's out there. All right, you do a reverse split, especially if you have such a big surplus in your own stock of company that people haven't bought. You do a reverse stock split, and that's a real thing, and companies do that. And when they do that, that's how they can jack up the price of their company right away. It's not by the buyback, guys. You do not get. Oh, okay. You do. Some companies do get a bump from it. Okay, but the vast amount of companies out there that have done stock splits like this and then buybacks are let's see here. Yeah, so she called the repurchase a receipt, that they did it. All right, now if you look at the screen here, shows what has happened since the stock buyback, and then also the amount of how the stock has fluctuated. All right. Now, according to this stock fluctuation here, this is what they call a cyclical a cyclical industry that relies heavily on what happens in the economy that directly affects their stock. Okay, is it the next one? Nope. Oh yeah, she also then throws shade at the viewers here, saying, nah, they stock went down, blah 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 blah. All right, so that's what she's trying to do with this. That is exactly what she's trying to do with this. All right, now she completely doesn't mention, conveniently, she doesn't admit or acknowledge that their stock shot up after their Q4 report. Okay, and in fact, she says the exact opposite here
This
coming
person
up.
says, this is a method to fortify stock prices and an opportunity for people to abandon ship. It can also backfire. One advantage is that some instances there may be a tax incentive to do this, but also a way to reduce stock liability and solidify ownership control. In the end, it's a move to appease shareholders and not one that really benefits employees or customers. This pretty much hits the nail on the head there. Niji is never really interested in its employees or its customers.
Okay, and that's complete bull. All right, and the reason why I can say that is because Nijisanji, it has spent over $1 million just buying property alone to create a new studio for their Nijisanji VTubers. When she says stuff like this, she quantifies it as only from an English VTuber perspective, and she really wants you to think of people who are VTubers that work for an agency are complete individuals, and nothing that the agency says or does or wants matters, because you do what you want even though you sign a contract with them, which is, again, a business contract. All right, now if you see what you see on the screen here is the jump that happened once the stock buyback happened, or not started. But this date also is the Q4 report date. They announced both of them at the same time. Therefore, when you see a bump like this and they offer both at the same time, one typically feeds into another. Though Hololive had a similar bump when they did their Q4 report, and there was no, shaming them on the amount of increase on their stock. I believe they jumped like 13.66% of their stock value. And this one here, I mean, they literally put the stock buying into this company, they literally put it on hold in the Tokyo exchange market when they did their Q4 report and people started buying. They actually shut it down completely. And it's because they I believe they gained more than 5%, which is the circuit breaker for the Tokyo exchange. And if it goes either way, they automatically flip the switch. But this is the actual amount that their stock jumped when they did their Q4 report and their stock buyback announcement. All right. So there's a huge difference between what she is saying and what actually is occurring. All right. Now, let's move back to you here.
First piece of newsy news, as you all know, yesterday anycolor released their Q4 report, which is where all of the poop hit the fan. And so today there's a Q&A from the shareholders, who, as you can imagine, were probably not super happy.
We were extremely happy. Because the stock automatically jumped, actually jumped about 21% in a singular day within the first hour of trading on that day. It jumped 21%. All right. If anyone was disappointed or sad, it was because the Tokyo Exchange stopped trading because they had jumped so high in the first hour of trading. Okay, so we were not angry, we were not hating, we weren't seething, we were extremely ecstatic. All right. And by the way, if you watch this and you're not a regular to my channel, I own stock in both Covercore and anycolor. Okay, so when she's talking, she's saying the shareholder. She's addressing me specifically in this case because I am a shareholder. I own shares.
Yeah, but what happened? Anyways,
what happened is that they exceeded expectations. By the way, of overall revenue, despite the fact that their earnings per share did not hit the mark. The I guess the exchange wanted it to, or the speculators out there. But yeah, we were extremely happy about this.
This is very long. It is. There's lots in a different language.
The different language.
So
Okay.
Look how long this is. Look how. Okay. Do you see? Do you see the scrolling?
Yeah.
Do you see how much scrolling I have to do? There's a lot of scrolling here. Okay.
Yeah.
It's scrolling in a different language. So it can be a little bit hard to understand.
No. It actually isn't. Okay, because she is basically claiming that she's done all this mad scrolling on of this report, which by the way is on the same exact report is on the screen that she was talking about. Okay, and all she did was scroll. She didn't read anything in there. She is relying on other people to be truthful and not have their own agenda at heart when they give her this information or they type it publicly. But she is talking that it's so hard to understand and it's in a different language and all this nonsense. And all you got to do is go down and translate to English on your Chrome browser.
But luckily we have our heroes on Reddit who are able to translate for us and give us the TLDR, give us the T on exactly what is going on here.
Okay. So I did cut it off there because first off, while I was editing these clips, my cat did get extremely sick yesterday, and I had to spend the entire day with him at the vet. So, I apologize that some of this is going to be a little bit rough around the edges. However, I do want to say that, in respect to Miss Lydia here, she is grossly misinformed on what people are talking about when it comes to the actual value and going ons of the stock that she's trying to talk about. All right. Now again, the stock did jump that insane amount of percentage. Sorry, I had to take a drink there. And then they stayed flat, or they were trending right. They were kind of just hanging on there, and they had hit the ceiling, and people were feeling good about it, so they didn't sell for a few days, and then there was a big dip in the value of the company's stock, but that was not due to them being a bad company or any of their stuff that she tries to claim. And if you look at the screen here, you can see that there anycolor and Covercore both went down at the same time. and they go up at the same time because they have correlation since they are in the same market. That what happens to the one company typically happens to the other if there is a cyclical stock like they are, and they're at the whims mostly of the stock market. All right, now let's move to this next slide here. All right, now this is the trend of what happened when the stock started going down. This was not at the fault of them being a big bad black company or people being mad mean or all those other things. There are things that people are trying to stir up. This happened because this was at the exact same time that the tech bubble burst on Wall Street here in the United States. All right, there was a huge sell-off in the S&P 500. All the big name AI companies out there took a big hit, and I know because I also traded stocks on those companies, and they were losing upwards of 5% per day. All right, so Anycolor and Covercore are kind of fortunate that they didn't go down as quickly as they could have, because the sector that these companies are in and the category of these companies that they are in, they all took a hit as well, but they actually weathered it rather well in comparison to their competitors in the same sector. Now, hang on, I don't remember this slide here. Okay. So if we look at the line that I drew here, that is the anycolor decrease in value. And why did my model stop moving? There we go. Okay. So this is the see, this was a stretch between 10 to 11. Okay, so the same stretch here that they traded at, there was a noticeable decrease in that. When you look at these types of decreases on a larger scale, a lot of these also depend on the strength of the yen. All right. Especially cyclical stocks, because they have to trade those stocks in for dollars or euros or the British pound in order to trade for good. And Japan is heavily relied on materials and resources that come in from other companies. And I'm all just stopped again. Okay, so let's move on here. Now, you have to remember that Anycolor did a stock buyback. Or not buyback. They've done 2 stock buybacks over the last, I believe, year. One in December and one recently. And they did their stock split. I am so mad at my model right now because it is not moving. All right, hang on. So they did the stock buyback, right? But they also did their stock split, like I explained, back in 2023. And when they did that, they effectively doubled the amount of stock that were on the market while keeping its same value, okay? And the thing of it is if you compare the amount of stock that has been purchased or held by other people, companies or institutions, versus the amount that is still out there that has been issued but is not been purchased yet, it's almost the same thing. Those indicators are extremely close to each other, and they do not have a they do not have a noticeable decrease with the amount that are out there. All right, so that means that people have bought it and they've held on to it, versus where is... I am so sorry about this. My iPhone is not picking up correctly, so I'm just going to leave myself as is on the screen. I apologize for that. But if you look at NVIDIA here, the case of NVIDIA has done multiple stock buybacks, right? And the following year, even 1 year, 2 years, sometimes even longer, they have had a decrease in value of their own stock. And that's because they do the stock split and then they buy back from investors that have purchased the stock. They're not buying empty shares. They're buying back from investors and giving them money, right? And then they buy back those stock, and then they put a portion of it within what's called a treasury account, so it's noted on their finances. And then they decide whether or not they're going to cancel those or put them back into the pool, right? Now, NVIDIA has had, like I said, and you look on the screen here, they have a history of 1 year to 2 year turnover of when their stock has noticeably decreased in value. And then after they do that increase, then about 2 years out, their stock eventually starts going up. All right. Now, if you look at the gap between 2007 and 2021, there was a 145% of value that they decided, okay, we're going to do a split on that, and then it went back down to -3 and within a 2 year time span. Okay, and basically what that means is that when a company does a split like this, if there is excess amount of stock that are out there, they will buy back in value of the stock that's already being held by other people up to a certain percentile, which I believe on the document that was presented was 5%. And then you can choose to cancel those stocks or not. Now, you have to remember that money has been spent, and there is cash flow that's coming through that. So the thought is, when you do that, you are essentially, how can I put this bluntly? You are basically doing job security for your own staff, okay? Because I've mentioned this before. Look at Twitter. Twitter had an excess amount of stock that hadn't been bought on the market, and it was relatively cheap. So Elon Musk comes along and says, "Oh, they already have what I want to build, so I'll just buy them." And then as his company, which of course, as we've seen now that Tesla is the parent company of this, as per his company, he did a takeover of, now it's called X, but over Twitter, by buying common stock on the market and then becoming a majority shareholder of it. All right. Now, if you are trying to ensure the success of your company going forward, buying back stocks is not bad for business or for the company. Now, I mean, look at this slide here is a better example of what I'm trying to talk about. All right. If you look at this slide here, the blue lines correlate with when the Japanese yen had a downturn and it lost value against the US dollar. Now, why is this so important? Because most commodities are traded in the dollar. Metals, oil, gasoline, all those other things, they're traded in US dollars. So you want the yen to be strong, but as you can see here, just off the and there's a little one on the back end there, these 5 lines correlate to when their stock fell versus the yen. And when the yen climbs, people buy. And that's because they look at stocks like this as discretionary, something that you kind of want to buy and you're interested in it, but it's not a good time because you're trying to budget really closely, right? That's basically what they're doing. Now, why stock buybacks can have benefits to for shareholders in company that, and some of the commenters on that subreddit were correct. It increases shareholder value. That basically means that that you're trying to make the impression that of however much money comes in, it only costs a certain amount of money that's being donated, or that's not really donated. It's invested into the company. It's basically saying, okay, I want to have X amount of money coming in per dollar that I'm investing into your company. That's basically what you're trying to say, okay? And if a company can fit in that framework, then it makes that person or that investor more likely to buy their shares, all right? But you're trying to align those together by getting rid of excess stock. It's not that you are cheating your employees or all these other things, because what you're basically doing is you're increasing the amount of value that your employer has to keep the company going. You have to be able to keep the company going, and you cannot do that if your investors all run away on you. And the only reason why they have sold so much now is they do what they call stock options. Okay, there is a there's a madness to how they do it, but essentially when they're doing a stock option trading and buying, they are in a sense they are doing a completely different type of trading from what Lidia is trying to explain to the people there. All right, this is what I'm talking about. Okay, they trade on what's called puts and calls. All right, and this has absolutely no end game of hoping that the stock keeps hitting bigger highs unless you are buying puts, all right? And what they mean by buying puts basically says, we know the stock is going to go down eventually. It has to. There's going to be a correction period, and so we're going to put as much money in here, and if the stock is traded at that level, then they can turn in those puts for a ton of money. All right. And when I'm talking about this, just look at Roaring Kitty. Roaring Kitty was he was smart, and he had put all his money into puts and calls. And he put so much in there betting on it, and people jacked up the price. As soon as it came down, he was able to sell off all of his puts and collect the interest of what those puts actually gave him. Now, if you look at what the call is basically like insurance. So if anything happens with the stock, you're not obligated to to execute the call, all right? But you're looking for it to surpass a certain number before you you put in the call. And what happens when you call up the insurance company and say something has happened? They tell you, well, you can either take the value of it and you can cash it out, we'll write you a check, or you could go get whatever fixed. And that's basically what they're doing there, right? So when she was reading those comments and they were going sell, 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 it was because all those people on the Yahoo bulletin board, they all trade in puts and calls. That is how they are working the market, and it's not a bad thing. It's not a bad thing, but it is very disingenuous to say, this is as a result of their failure for whatever reason, and not understanding what you're reading. I mean, she didn't even know what those people were talking about, and she basically trusted other people to tell her what they thought was happening, and then she blindly agrees with it, and you can't do that if yeah, I'm not big investor like her, or a big content creator like her. However, I do know that you have to be accountable for what you say on the internet, and then either issue a correction or own up to it. And she continuously misleads all the people that are watching her when she puts up these title card thumbnails of Nijisanji, wasted $49 million, and blah blah blah. But she completely ignores the entirety of what they have actually put into the company in order to expand it, in order to give them a place to work. I mean, they are a startup company, for crying out loud. You're not talking, that they're at Disney level or one of those other studios. They are still in a startup mindset. And if you go and you read some of the comments that have popped up on various sites, a lot of them are people who work in accounting, people who they're former producers for the company, a couple of managers I saw, multiple secretaries that were that put out their thoughts on the company. You start understanding that Nijisanji, even on the Japanese side, it's not completely organized. And you have to understand that whoops, that's not the one I wanted. And you have to understand that they are still trying to iron a lot of things out, and they weren't exactly able to iron a lot of things out over the first several years, because, and this is where that kernel of truth actually lies. A lot of them were learning as they go. There was no method for them to actually do what they wanted to do. So they had to, they basically had to do what is essentially like a procedural manual in order to get them to be able to do the target thing that they were trying to do. A lot of it was production. A lot of it was, a lot of it was setting up for shows, putting together programming for them to attend. All these other things that do matter in the grander scope of things. A lot of those were being developed on the fly because there was no company to base it upon, because Hololive was doing the exact same thing. They're a startup. They were doing, learning as they were going. There's a lot of, confusion and chaos behind the scenes and everything else. But, anycolor can't exactly look at Hololive, a cover core, and say, okay, we're going to copy what they're doing, because they were still making up the same thing when anycolor was doing it. So it is completely bunk that they are not investing into the company. And if you look at the actual report, and let me pull it up here real quick, because I want to pull it up here. Actually, I do want to show you one other thing here. So let's pull up. Before we get to that, I want you to see this next thing that I am bringing up here. So this is from a Japanese website, a Japanese business type website where you can tell your thoughts on what the company was like. Did you enjoy working for them? Did you not enjoy working for them? Why, and so on and so forth, right? So this is basically what it is. This is taken from their website, and you can see here. Okay, so this is from the actual Japanese website, and as you can see, it was Anycolor Inc. And we're looking at annual salary, and I believe there were 13 reviews, one salary shared. Let's see here. So annual salary here, according to this job site here, the annual salary that this person got was 4 million yen. All right, and that's total for an entire the entirety of their salary. Their monthly salary total was 300,000 a month. Okay. And then they got a bonus of 400,000 at the end of the fiscal year. All right, this is a legit job website that where this agency, Anycolor, does go out there and put job postings on this bulletin board, and these are the reviews that they have on the website. Now, you have to remember that while it's in Japanese, if you want to go over there and look at it, they do have a Japanese option or a Japanese English option on the website that will try to reorganize that stuff with their version of a translator. But as I showed you before, all you have to do is get Chrome, put in a plugin for translator, and then click translate. I mean, that's all you have to do. I mean, there are entire programs out there like DeepL that all you have to do is highlight and then hit Control CC twice, and then it'll pop up on the window and translate for you. So I mean, there are ways of being able to fact check what you're trying to tell people, is what I'm saying. And this person here, they were this person here was working salary level. This person here was a mid-career, and these are various things that they offered to various people here that are competitive with what this person was doing for Anycolor. Now, let me. Okay. Okay, so what I'm going to do here now is I am going to pull up the exact. Well, actually, I'm not. I lied there. Okay. So first off, I'm gonna let this video run. I think there was a little bit more to it. Actually, there wasn't. Okay. So the clipping ended there. Okay, so what we're going to do then is we are going to put the rest of the unedited on screen here. Okay, so we're gonna put the rest of this. It's it's gonna be uncut. It's gonna be from her website, but or her channel. But I do think this is extremely important that we go over the elaborate type of nonsense that just keeps coming out of her mouth. That I mean, we really have to. Are you blocking that now? You are blocking it now. Wow. Okay. Well, we're gonna be listening more than anything else. I hope. Let's see if the volume comes through. Okay, that's not coming through either. Okay. Wow. Okay, we're gonna do this one in entirety, I suppose.
Hi, everybody. Welcome.
Okay. Let's get our VLC back up. Okay, and we're gonna skip to. Oh wait, that's not the one I wanted. I apologize for this. I was rather organized at one point, and then when everything happened with my cat, I got extremely panicked, and I closed everything that I had set up, and I did not save what I was working on, and it's now coming back to bite me. I do apologize for that. Oh, there it is. Okay. So let's get this up here. Okay, so she's starting to talk about the nijisanji transcript that we were just looking at. Okay, and I'll go back to that screen here in a second, but I want you as the audience to listen to what she has to say about the rest of the Q4 report for anycolor, because what she sees is actually flies in the wave of not being true. All right.
That was the PDF. Okay, and here are some slide decks. We're going to take a look at the slide decks because I'm sure they're going to be a little bit more pretty. Okay, this is anycolor financial results for fiscal year 2024 Q4, and it was released on June 12th. Okay, I love a good PowerPoint. Let's continue. Table of contents. Financial results for the Q4 for 2024. Full year financial results for 2024. And then it says financial forecast for 2025 and outlook for first quarter of fiscal year 2025 and financials. Okay, so interesting. Any color is like black and white. They're like, okay, guys, we can't be cheerful and jolly. This is not looking good. This is confidential, guys. Shh, don't tell anyone, okay? Shh.
Keep going.
Don't tell anybody about it. Okay. So here we are. Okay. So we have. Okay. So I guess it has like a.
Okay. So on the screen, that what you see right now, and she's blocking like half of it, so, or a part of it on the other side, which is important to be able to view, and she is absolutely not wanting to show it because it will be everything against what she is trying to discredit at that point. But I'll let her go on a little bit further here. Hang on.
Can imagine. We're probably not super happy about what happened. Anyways, this.
Yeah, well, again, we got a 21% bump in our stock value thanks to this Q4 report. Okay, so we were mad that it didn't go up higher. That's what she's trying to say.
Is very long. It is.
And then we've also talked about all this, and so let's get to her wonderful subreddit here that she loves to be able to pull information from, and let's listen to see what they have to say that she did not fact check.
It doesn't see much of a future for them. This, along with the investor report, indicates that nijisanjien is basically at the end of service announcement stage of their life. Maybe this is why Vox is suddenly going back to doing BFE. BFE is boyfriend experience, despite saying many times throughout the year how much it makes him uncomfortable.
Okay, so let's address a couple of the points that she just made. Okay, so here is what I mean. Oh gosh, this is so. I don't get why she. Why any of them don't go and fact check what they are trying to talk about, because it just makes it so bad. Okay, so here is the translation that I was able to convert into a PDF. That is the same report that she's currently talking about. Now, anycolor, they're looking. They made 97% of their goal for this year, or this past year. Okay, he was not disappointed and doesn't feel that there is no future for Niji. In fact, I mean, that is just, it's a ludicrous thing that you are trying, you would not tell shareholders, yeah, we're at the end of our life, when they are the ones paying the bills for you. Okay, so I don't get why she even, other than to deceive the audience again, and to believing what she is trying to sell. It's just so bogus. I mean, let's look at that slide that she was talking about. Okay, we're gonna pull up this slide that she is camping on. Actually, no, we're not. We're gonna look at the slide here that is what the real expectations of their CEO expects from the company here coming up for this coming year. So let's get that up here. Oh my gosh, this is so bad. How can you talk like this? And I mean, okay, pull that up. Oh. And again, I do apologize. I did have all this stuff set up yesterday, but with my sick pet, I am just all sorts of whack here. But let's pull this up, because I want you guys to see it, and we'll take a look at it together. Okay, so Miss Lydia, we're gonna disappear for a little bit. Okay, so hang on. Okay, so this, what they're talking about basically is growth for anycolor, and then also growth for for anycolor en, right? That's the point that we're at with this. And if we look at the slide proper. Okay, so the financial results for 2024 Q4, and this also includes year on year. All right, she said that we were disappointed. All right, in the performance of the company. All right, but if you look at Q4 for this past quarter, they had a year on year increase of 47%. That's almost half of what they made last year. All right, so there was an increase in that. There wasn't a decrease in it. So why would we be mad about that? Okay, if we look at the forecast or the 12-month, there was a 26.3% increase year on year of revenue. Why would we be mad about that? They made a quarter of what the company was worth within that last time period. Right? They are predicting, they're forecasting that they're not dialing down the number here. They're dialing it up, but just a little bit, to 33, because they were at 32 a year last year. Okay, and for this past year, that they're able to make 97% of this number here. And this number is going to go up for next year. All right. Now, if you look at operating profit, they doubled their operating profit when after paying all the bills and everything else like that, and paying off the people that work at the company, which, by the way, is, this includes the cost of the VTuber for the entire year. All right. They make 45, I think it was like 45 grand a month just working for the company, as long as they meet expectations and they're within, their production level, right? That's how much they made. There is a decrease in overall year on year. There's a decrease in it because they were paying people more. All right. I mean, this is, simple. That anyone can understand this if you read it and don't try to spend it. All right. Now he is, he is optimistic about it, but he realizes that they have to resituate how they're going to do things in order to make a better profit. Now, the important thing with what Lidia does not understand, and I want you to see this going forward. Lydia is purely looking at this from a streamer mindset. All right, she's not looking at this on any larger scale than a streamer mindset. So the changes that are being made to diversify the amount of revenue that comes in and allow the talent to grow, and not just be a streamer who sits there and gossips about other people. That's what they're doing. That's exactly what is happening with Nijisanji right now. And let's see here. Is it on this? Okay, financial. Okay, so this is the forecast for 2025. All right. Now they do not, allocate money between EN and JP. It's all there together. All right, but they're trying to forecast and shoot for 39 instead of 33, which is an increase. All right, they're looking to increase the operating margin by 38%. All right, another third of what they currently brought in this past year, which was half. Okay. They are the full year. They're looking at an increase of my phone's in the way. For the full year, they're looking at an increase of 21.9% in revenue. Increase, not decrease. Increase. And then after paying bills, they're trying to shoot for an 18.7% net profit. That, after paying all the bills and everyone else, all the talent and everything else, that's what they're shooting for. All right. And this is the thing that people like Lydia just do not understand. CJC, welcome to the chat. Sorry I didn't see you. My model died on me along with my phone, so I'm talking without it. But if you look on the screen here, the screen here, this is what their outlook is for the first quarter. Now, their first quarter is going to be a smaller amount that is coming in versus last year. And they have already warned people about this on this very slide here. It's, it literally says here that for the first quarter, we are currently expecting the following performance in key initiatives. While the performance was heavily weighted towards first quarter last year due to high concentration of commerce initiative, we have formulated a plan to stabilize the quarterly fluctuations this year. So you're not getting like this big, huge, some coming in one quarter, and the next one they're barely meeting expectations, and then the third quarter, goes back up. They're looking to balance it, and what they mean by commercial initiatives, they're talking about loaning out their IP to other companies, allowing these VTubers to do voice acting for those companies to do their commercial or be in a game or whatever it is that they're going to do, or do talk show type things like Miko from Hololive has done. They're looking at diversifying their income. And guys, look at this screen here, okay? They're only accounting for 14% of all revenue for next year to come in from live streaming. Only 14%. Okay? And considering that Hololive EN right now barely brings in 1/6 of overall revenue, all the hate and vitriol and the cesspool out there of throwing shade at anycolor, you're trying to dwindle a 14% revenue. So if you take that 6 and then you put it against the 14%, I mean, you're talking like literal peanuts on the scale. And don't get me wrong, guys, I'm not saying that or cover core EN should not matter or does not matter, or that they're junk, or that they're this or that. But what I am saying is, for right now, with all the stuff that has happened, anycolor has moved their company away from live streaming as far as their expected profits, and they're not relying on that. They're only expecting 14% of all the hours that these VTubers put out there. Only 14%. That is amazing that that they're trying to diversify this, because this means, and I said this for Hololive the last 2 years, I said, watch what happens with Hololive. If their VTubers are going to be streaming less and multiple times throughout the year, they're not going on hiatus, they just suddenly disappear, and it's because they're doing stuff for the commerce section of their company. They're doing recordings. They're doing various script reading and stuff like that. I mean, they're 62%. These people were live streamers. They were content creators, and then they're turning them into the influencers that do more than just sit on the screen and play video games. That's what they're doing. That's what anycolor is doing. And guys, let me tell you, I'm going to give you a little secret, okay? I'm going to tell you a little secret. One of the questions was asked about the shares here, okay? And let's see here. Earnings forecast. Okay, they talked about that. They talked about that. Business, long-term trends. Okay, and we need to get down to the last page here. Hey, I promise you, we're getting there. Hang on. So okay, this is the same thing that she refused to actually read and use any kind of translation to try to understand what they were trying to say. Okay, this is what this is what's really on that shareholder meeting. So okay, now when you look at this picture here, all this picture basically tells you is it's about capital allocation, okay? About having funds like cash on hand type funds, which anycolor did have, and I'll explain that here in a second. When a company pays off all their bills and they still have revenue left in the vault, they're gonna try to do something with it, right? So this is what they're talking about here. He said, I would like to talk about our image of capital allocations. Our medium-term management plan have set a goal of operating cash flow of approximately 40 billion yen, throughout the entire year by April 2027. All right. Now, their current cash that they had on hand was approximately 16 billion yen. And now when they start talking about when they start talking about what they did with that cash, guys, again, this money is not just sitting there in his pocket or on his yacht or whatever. All right, for this past year, they had considered investing in a 3 to 5 billion yen studio that he mentioned earlier, and ended up going forward with the initial plans to buy the property and then build the studio, as well. And he said, as well as the development of a media mix, such as anime and game spin-offs with the business of Nijisanji. Again, like what they did for this past year, right? But what they're talking about here is they're talking about kind of doing the same thing that Covercore did, only they're talking about actually developing this game for their company themselves. And the game would be like kind of like it would probably be like a gacha game, but I believe it's going to be drastically different than what Covercore is doing with Hollow Earth. But they're allocating 3 to 5 billion yen for this project. Okay, now Covercore spent up to, as of April 1st of this year, Covercore had spent 2.3 billion yen alone on this year just to develop Hollow Earth. That was all developers and people working in the infrastructure and everything else. All right, it was that's how much they spent on this. Okay, and there's only 51 people, by the way, that are working on Hollow Earth, which is supposed to be on par with something like Genshin Impact. And Genshin Impact had 400 to 700 people working on it by launch, and Covercore is only expecting 51 developers and network engineers and everything to do Hollow Earth. So we'll see how well that goes. But what they're talking about here is they're talking about spending 3 to 5 billion yen. They have other projects other than streaming and playing games. There are also dance lessons and everything too. Yeah, and that's a great point. They send their new hires that are talent, at least in Japan. They send them to VTuber Academy, where they learn a lot of stuff, and they learn about how the stage act, how to be better at singing and all this other stuff. And they started that up. Now they don't necessarily are hiring for that program yet, but because the last and I did not check what the change in the recruitment was for anycolor. But they did change the recruitment requirements recently. But they were looking for people who had already established themselves as VTuber talent or talent on social media to bring in. That they weren't trying to hire someone that is all green and send them through school yet. But they do have even Offset, like Covercore, every one of their girls, they and guys, they go to voice acting classes, they go to dancing classes, especially if there are, talking about having them perform at one of their shows, that kind of thing. And if you look at the business model for Covercore and then you compare it to anycolor, they're drastically different. Hey, Wiley, welcome to the chat. Welcome. All right. Anycolor was looking to invest 3 to 5 billion yen on a studio. Covercore, likewise, I believe they spent somewhere between 1 to 2 million on at least this last fiscal year on the studio that they ended up moving into. I mean, they're spending money on these girls, guys. They're not, Riku is not sitting there and laughing and rolling around and yen dollar bills. I mean, they are literally reinvesting in this company, and people like Lydia and Fallside continue to ignore it in favor of these juicy gossip things that they spin. And I've already walked through a lot of how they got the stock part wrong. All right. Now, let me explain something here. Okay. So the remaining 30 billion yen or more, and they're talking about their business model for this coming year, and they're talking about this portion here, will be used to return profits to shareholders. Okay. Now, we plan to use this primary through stock buybacks. The board of directors had resolved to buy back the stock that they recently bought back, and the question came up that let's see here. The question came up here, and they asked him specifically, why are you doing stock buybacks or shareholder returns? All right. So this is what the shareholder return Q&A had regarding this slide here. The question was regarding shareholder returns. How should we understand the background behind prioritizing stock buybacks over dividends? And we are thinking, behind the 7.5 billion that was going to be spent. All right. Now, the answer for that is it was in line with the company model and budget for the physical quarter. And here's the big kicker. Okay, now they had 16 billion yen on cash on hand when they did this. All right, they are not doing the stock buyback because if they did do the stock buyback, he would be pocketing the money that we invest. All right. The reason we prioritize share buybacks is that when we consider the shareholder composition of the company, which is approximately 45% of Takami, and then you also have some other minor shareholders that have 5%, and then anycolor holds roughly about between 5 to 7%, and then the rest of it is what's left of that is invested by outside companies or people like me. All right. And he says the reason why we prioritize share buybacks is that when we consider the shareholder composition of the company, the CEO of the company owns 45% of the shares. And if they return the money in dividends, 45% of all the cash on hand would go to him. All right. This means he is not taking any money off the stock that he currently owes, unless he starts spending and getting rid of his shares, which he hasn't. That money, he's not really profiting from this, through his sharehold, and anycolor, can basically do their own buyback, I guess, but that money wouldn't really go anywhere. But basically, what this means, if you buy a stock, I own stock in Google, Microsoft, Broadcom, Nvidia, so on and so forth. Those companies offer a dividend return every quarter or 4 quarters or half year or year, depends on the company. All right. But the thing of it is, if they offer that amount, what's in the pot, 45% automatically goes to him, which he's not taking, by the way. That would mean that out of the 30 billion yen, he would get almost half of that. He would get somewhere between 13 to 14% of that 3 billion, and he's not taking it. None of them are taking it. All of the, they're like, look, we're going to give back to the people that put their faith and trust and their money in us. And if they want to buy back their stock, we'll give it back. We'll give them their money. If they want to cash out on profits and invest later when the stock goes down, okay, we'll cash them out. but none of it's going to him. He bought that yacht with his own damn money, not from anycolor. You know, he gets. I believe that they get. I believe they do as senior shareholders. I believe that they do get a payment as a performance payment. And let me find it here. They get a performance payment, but the payment is shares within the company. They pay them through for like what shares are authorized to buy and sell, and that are left on the market. They get to buy those shares, and in a sense, they also get to buy them and then convert them into something else. There's different types of securities that they can do with those shares. All right. Let's see, where is it? Because I know that I think I was at the top of performance summary, and by the way, look, their full year performance summary. Again, the year from last year, they improved 26.3% for the year. For operating costs, the same thing. It's across the board. They did not fail on their quarterly report or annual report, or even the stock buyback. They exceeded expectations. That's why their share jumped up over 20% within the first hour of trading. The only people that we were mad at was the Tokyo Stock Exchange for popping their circuit breaker and not letting that run. I mean, that's basically what we were mad about. We weren't mad about any other stuff. There is a questionnaire as well, and I'm looking for. I think I might have passed it. There was a question about how they were going to handle the rebuilding of the EN brand. Okay, now the EN brand, they're looking at it as a long-term project. What they're looking for first is they're looking for stability within that branch of anycolor before they keep hiring new people to come in. And like I said earlier, there are lots of people who have talked about. Let's see here. They had talked about the processes of trying to get jobs done, that there was no standard operating procedure, an SOP for doing specific tasks within the confines of their department. And some people would do it their own way, and then they wouldn't leave anything when they left, and someone came in and replaced them. There was a lot of learning as you go type of thing, and people finally started saying, "Hey, we need to put something together so we're not so disorganized." Because it does reflect on their physical report that they do waste a lot of money on operating costs, because they don't have they don't have the solidification and the guidelines and rules down of how you're supposed to do things in production, or do what kind of things can you you can work on to get assets or get help from another department to finish what you need to do. That a lot of that stuff was learning as you go for the last 4 years or so. But that's not a bad thing, really. It really isn't. Because again, they are a startup company and they are learning as they go. And they're getting a $4,000 bonus at the end of the year. I mean, come on. I have never gotten a bonus that high. Never, ever. For every company I worked for, I had never got a bonus that high of $4,000 for being a freaking secretary at the studio. And that information is out there. You can go source it from those job board websites that do hirings, and they allow them to do reviews for those companies, and you can source it from those companies. Now, a lot of them did say that they ended up having to work 20 to 40 hours a week, depending on the week or what was going on, in order to get things done. But that was not because the company was forcing them to. It's because there was no standard operating procedure to get it done. And then, you have to be able to track your process to the outcome, and then refine the process along the way, as you keep doing it. And as a startup, that's how it's going to happen. That stuff is going to be there. That's one reason why Doki Bird, got so frustrated. And I will defend her in that aspect, because it sounded like, and again, this is all opinion right now, okay? This is based on my opinion, based upon what I know of all the situations, right? I believe that Doki Bird was well within her rights to be frustrated with management and with middle management and everything else, because there was no actual procedure to do what she was trying to do with her music and her streaming and her assets and everything else. If they had a procedure in place and then they didn't follow it, that's one thing. If it's spelled out in your employee handbook, this is how you do these things. This is the proper way of getting this approved. If it's in your employee handbook, yes, the company is completely responsible for that. But if the company doesn't have those processes in there, they need to be held accountable as well for not having those processes in effect. And the Doki Bird incident did, at least start spinning the wheels of, hey, we need to do something about this, because they're not making money for the rest of the company. And all the JP branch is lifting up the slack that the EN branch is. Now, I don't know the qualities of the people that remain in EN. I didn't even know how many male VTubers are in EN. All right, and that, I think that's actually kind of part of the problem, is that they have a lot of male performers on that side, male livers on that side, that they have essentially already limited the fan base, the potential fan base, with having so many men on that side. It likely should have been, more aligned of, well, just what we have on the screen right now. This is amazing. This is This is completely. I mean, it blew my mind when I started looking at the statistics here. And again, Lidia completely passes this over. Fall Side completely passes this over. There are 68% female fans. All right, they aren't the nerd based type of geek parasocial men that are out there. There's 68% female, for crying out loud. That's 3-1. I mean, it's insane. It's 7-1, or it's almost 70%, right? So, I mean, that's crazy. That's a little bit more than 3-1. That's a little bit more. And if you look at the audience, in group form, 57% of them are female between the age of 20 and 29. And then you have an additional 21% that are 19 and younger. So you get that into the mix, all right? And then you start seeing that that accounts for itself 78% of the audience there. 70% of the audience is between 19 to 29, and they're 3-1 women. All right, and as I stated with the EM branch, and her saying, oh, they're completely abandoning the EM branch. No, they're not. And again, if you look at the evidence that is on the screen, and we'll go back to this one. Oops, that's not the one I want. Why did you switch back over to that? There you go. Yeah, so it's amazing. 68% female. I mean that's crazy insane. That is kind of like the idol culture of I want to be like them when I grow up type thing. But but this is also a different way for those types of girls that may be shy or not want to be completely on stage to do their thing. Some of these people who dramatize too much, anycolor too much. From what I see, only EN management is quiet. The only one that always gets caught is the JP branch. I mean, but they hold their livers accountable for a lot of things, and I mean it's kind of good in a way because you show them, hey, if you want to work for us, you need to be, more professional. You need to stay within the guidelines of what you promised to do for us. I mean, this is the scroll of hate coming from Lidia. Look, every one of them has at least 50% hate. And if you look at the first one, the one back over here about the NBA thing, they didn't fail. That wasn't targeted towards the English, the United States audience. The NBA has spent millions establishing camps over in Japan in order to hopefully inspire and bring in more diversification from the Asian population to compete against it, with or against the English population. There has been a tremendous amount of people that are from a different country. It'd be Argentina, it could be France or whatever, and they come in and they have excellent careers and win championships. And that's what they're trying to foster here is they're putting the VTubers, the livers in front of them, and then they're combining it with the sport. And they basically were saying, hey, I mean, I know you're young. I know this isn't the game of Japan. I mean, they're still heavily into baseball instead, but there's a lot of attention being put into the NBA because a lot of them, start looking at anime. There's been several anime about them and everything else. It's not hate; it's milking the hot topic. Well, that's part of it, and I personally see this as you have people that take a topic and then they start twisting it, and it's very subtle how they twist it, and while they do that, they start adding in their own opinions. And then it becomes less of that they're talking about the hot topic. It's that they are crafting the hot topic into something completely different, and that's not right. That should not be right. If you are trusted, within the VTuber industry, I'm trying to get my model back going here, but it's just not working. I'm gonna have to reinstall OBS later or something. But yeah, I can see how people talk about the hot button topic, like like that McDonald's thing that recently made the rounds. VTubers from don't really care what is happening within the real world, because we are essentially in a virtual world. That's what we do. And there's a lot of VTubers out there that that do mix real world with the fantasy that we try to put out there, more or less. And yeah, I mean, I get it, because I do that a lot. I try to keep it real, but at the same time, I made that part of my character. I'm not going in this completely 100% fantasy, and then suddenly, a real life topic pops up and it becomes a controversy. I mean, that's not my style. That's not what I am or what I do, And the sad part of it is, they don't really care about what one nation is doing to another nation unless it involves them in some way. I mean, they pretty much stick to. They aren't an isolationist country, because there's been a lot of foreign diversification that have been coming in to offset the amount of labor that is desperately needed over there, but and that they're slowly replacing the population of old people, because that population was so huge, and then they stopped having kids, so now the population's constantly shrinking, but at the same time, people have really had to start understanding, hey, I mean, you check your you check a lot of this stuff at the door, and it's, when I'll go through this door, or I turn on the camera or whatever, all that stuff, I don't, it doesn't matter, because I don't need to talk about it. And that's basically what they do, And, just because they say like they love tater tots or whatever, I mean, hell, how many companies out there do sell tater tots? I mean, just because they're Mickey D's, that, by the way, are franchised. Not, yeah, there's a corporate thing, but they're franchised, so you're not hurting, the company per se, but you're hurting the franchisor that brings that product to other people that live nearby. I mean, they don't care. They're like, okay, they passed out a Big Macs to everyone. All right, okay, yeah, they gave them Big Macs. Okay, well, they're Big Macs. I mean, it doesn't matter. People try to make it matter. It doesn't matter. I still like their food. Hell yeah. I love their breakfast food, but breakfast is primarily the only thing I eat there, unless it's like a chicken thing, but otherwise I don't eat there at all, because I mean, it's for where I live now, it's overpriced. If you try to get any kind of combo meal, you're automatically paying $15 for a combo meal, and that doesn't include getting it large or anything else on the menu. It's like $15. I used to be able to buy this stuff for $5, and now I have to pay $15. It's like, no, I'll just buy some frozen tater tots and make them at home. But that's basically where we're at with this stuff now. And people like Lidia and False Side, they wordcraft so well that when they start talking about this type of stuff, they are very choosy about how they go about talking about these topics, and in a lot of ways you have to really interpret what they are saying by the words that they use, or like the attitude that they're using it with. Like when Lidia was talking about the canceled stocks and stuff like that, and that she saw, oh look, their stock is going down, yay, she was happy with glee that the stock was going down, even though, by the way, the stock only closed 2% lower as opposed to the 5 that she saw. I mean, that's like 80 yen right there. I mean, ouch. I mean, you're not even talking $1. It's like, you're happy that that a company per dollar, they lost 80 cents. I mean, okay. It doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter. News to me, well, this McDonald's news. Okay, so basically McDonald's put out some assets for on their X profile, and say, here's some assets if you want to use them to to do a meme type of thing with you holding 2 of our tater tot their breakfast tater tot things, right? And so, let's see, who was it? One, I can't remember who it was, but one of them got a lot of hate from using it because they were essentially okay. So you know how there's the war going on in Palestine and Israel and the Gaza Strip and all that other stuff, right? So McDonald's, there is a McDonald's over in Israel, and the owner, the franchisor, decided we're gonna make lunches for the IDF, the Israeli Defense Force. So he gifted he gifted all this food and meals and stuff like that to them, because I mean they were working like 24/7 out there in the field, right? So he offered this food for them, and then of course you have the pro Palestinian people come along and say, well, look, they're offing people in our country. You're supporting this. You're supporting them offing people. And then it got spun around, and it's like, oh, you and the Palestinian people came across the border, killed like hundreds of people or whatever, right? And it went back and forth, and then McDonald's had these assets out there, and one of the nijisanji girls, without knowing that people are raging about this thing, used that asset on X, and she put out a tweet. And she's like, oh yeah, it's got my tater tots or whatever like that, And then people, the drama queens out there, oh, you're using that asset. That means you're pro this, and that you support this, and you're turning a blind eye to this, and then that happens, and then it starts compounding on top of it. More people join in. The antis out there joining on it, even if they don't know what they're talking about. All this other stuff, and it became a huge thing. And she deleted the tweet and said, she had to make a public apology. I didn't know that this was happening. And then people started saying, well, how come your management didn't start, didn't brief you on this? And why does the talent for Nijisanji not have, more sensitivity training for things like this? And it's like, well, for one, we as VTubers, we don't necessarily operate in the same world as what they're trying to talk about. For the most part, at least the professional ones don't operate within that bubble of, you have to be pro this, you have to be anti this, you have to do this, you have to do that. We don't operate within that little bubble of your. I'm not saying you specifically. I'm saying you as an audience. We don't operate in that real life bubble. Especially if you're part of an agency, you operate within a fictional world where people are accepted for being people. That's it. If you are a person, and you don't, go out and you start, making hell for other people, as long as you are a good person, we don't necessarily care about what, what pros or against you are, because we accept everyone that was willing to accept us as either entertainers, or like me, that I do more like podcast type things, or play games together. That's what we are about. We don't sit, people, say, well, Marko, you keep on saying, well, what you really are is also your avatar. Yeah, because that's my choice. My choice is to be me through my avatar. So I can come out and talk to you guys about different stuff that I think is important. And the bad thing of it is, you have people like Falsight, like Lydia, who sit there and they try to tear this stuff down from the inside. And that's what this is. It's not necessarily her place to make any kind of rules or regulations or anything of that nature for other companies that she doesn't even belong to, much less have a stake in that country or that company. If you don't like what Nijisanji is doing, stop watching it. The thing that got, and this is just, okay, this is opinion, but this is based on what I know. The thing that got, the ball rolling on nijisanjien was indeed the Doki Bird incident. Since then, they have hired a bunch of managers, and they have hired a lot of support staff. And I've talked about this before. There is literally 10 people. Well, not 10. I think it's more like 2 to 5. It's between 2 to 5, depending on who they are and where they are and all this other stuff. They have support staff. They have 2 to 5 support staff per VTuber that are working on things for them, so they don't have to work on it. And if you aren't willing to accept that they may pay lower than cover core, who cares? Why does anycolor have to live up to a standard of their competitor? They're gonna do what they want, when they want, and how they want. If you don't like it, stop watching. A lot of this stuff is such a grown up type of thing. I am shocked. I am literally shocked that there are people online that spend thousands of dollars on their own model and presentation and everything else, but yet they want to act like a 16-year-old. If you are sitting here and you're trying to get to the top because you want popularity, you want more income, you want to be famous or whatever, the childish part of your mindset has to take a break and say, hey, this is grown-up stuff now. I have to do grown-up stuff. This is a business. We are literally trying to do our own brand and IP as a business. This is for me. I don't expect a return. I operate anywhere from 2 to 6 hours some days without expecting a single cent in return. That's how I operate. If I finally get enough to be monetized, yay, that's great. But if I don't, I'm not going to sit there and blame YouTube for it. All this stuff, if you want to be somebody that's upfront and a leader for your industry, you can't sit there and act like a freaking child in front of them. It literally astonishes me that, and this is another thing that really got me in wanting to talk about this topic. All right. The thing that astonishes me about all this that she's doing here with all these different things that are targeting a specific company, it makes me wonder why. Are you doing it just for the clicks? Are you doing it just for the views? Are you there are a lot of things that make me ask why. And the only thing I can come up with is that despite the fact that she's also on Twitch and she does stream and she does a lot of this other stuff, the fact of the matter is, it's not good enough for her, and she expects the the industry to pay her back because she wants to be more popular. But it astonishes me that someone like this can act the way that they are acting, and people buy into it because they're lazy. It's like, just like Big Lawyer. He even told his own audience, you know why? You want to know why, people like, and this is, I'm paraphrasing what he said. He said, do you know why people like me work for companies like that and get paid but not know what we're doing? Is because they're lazy. They're lazy, and then he pointed the finger just like you guys that come to me expecting me to be able to explain what is going on here. That is already a preset for saying, hey, you know what? I can basically say whatever I want in front of this crowd, and they're going to buy into it. That's basically what they're saying. I think, yes, Jeepers Peppers. Thank you so much for, yeah, it was her. It was Romy. Yeah, it was. Thank you so much for, I couldn't think of which one it was. So, but look, guys, let's be grown up here for a second. All right, I hate to say that, but I want you to look at this slide. Look at this slide very closely, okay? Because this is what people like Lydia and people like Fallside and these are people. This is what they don't get about what anycolor is doing with their product, with their IP, with the livers and everything else. Look at this slide. This slide only says it accounts for 16% of revenue from live streaming. That's all that they're expecting from live streaming. That also means that the livers might actually start streaming less. And we had Lydia sitting there like, oh yay, nijisanjien is down 50%. Anycolor is ruined and everything else. But when you look at the totality of the company, the majority of this is lifted from the Japanese side. And that's because the Japanese side operate within working for that 59% of commerce, that 16% of streaming, and then that 6% of event revenue. They're only expecting 6% back on event revenue. And they're only doing small and medium-sized events, instead of trying to do the big, a big festival type thing. They're only looking at doing small and medium, but that's because they have shifted the entire business from being heavily monetized through live streaming and promotion to putting out their brand and people actually buying into it. Let me say it this way, okay? So, and I hate to put it like this, but I do feel this is kind of the thought that is coming down, and I don't blame them. I really don't. Okay, but the type of attitude and business that they're how they're running it now. Riko Tazumi basically is saying, hey, if you guys over the pond don't like what we're trying to sell you, and you're gonna act this way towards us, why should we invest money into a brand and into a VTuber branch that people don't like? Why should we spend money on it when we could take that 18% that or 16%, I'm sorry, that the EN branch was pulling in, and then just hire more JP guys and girls and get it over there? Why should they care if there is such a backlash towards them that It's not profitable. And people say, well, look, that right there, they're just looking for their bottom line. No, they're not. Right? Because if you take that 16% or 18% and you pull it away, that money comes at the expense of the livers. He's not making it bad for them. Hey, thank you for subscribing. Appreciate it. But Riku he's looking at this from the aspect that if you want our brand and our image in your everyday life, we will do our best to do that. But if you're going to sit there and criticize and ridicule and do countless, things about talking about how bad of a company they are and all this other stuff, even though, like I have proven time and time again, that they make on average like $45,000 a month, I mean, come on. Riku, his company takes 45 grand a month per liver. And it comes out to roughly $500,000. And again, this is average. This is not starting. All right, this is average throughout from all the livers based upon fact that is within the document that is on the screen right now. And he takes that 45 grand, and that includes all the stuff for paying off YouTube, that Bilibili, all those other platforms that they are streaming on. It comes out of that revenue, but that revenue is not coming out of their pocket. That revenue is being paid at the expense of the shareholders, which means people like me, that doesn't have a brand outside of nijisanji, talking about nijisanji, an individual person that bought stock from the company, we are paying so they can be paid. Some of us, like me, just wanted the honor and privilege of owning stock within the company. And if I make my money back someday, sure. Okay, great. I'm not counting on it. But I did put my money in there because I want to support the industry that I actually enjoy being in. And then you have people like Lydia and false side, who sit there and constantly spin gossip and hearsay that are being sourced not by anybody else. The people that Lydia sourced all of her stuff on with the stock, none of it, absolutely none of it, had any kind of reference of where they even got the information from. And then she just takes it as gospel and tells you, hey, this is what they're actually doing. They're not putting money back into the company. They don't spend money on the livers. They have already spent $3 to $5 million to buy property and build them a new studio. That's just the studio. They have multiple office branches out there that work with them to make the product. They hire people to help them do the presentation of them being on YouTube and other promotions and stuff like that. They have a person, at least one person per liver, that tries to set that up. That's all they do. They have people that work on the 3D rigging, and people criticize that. And again, I gotta ask, why would they spend thousands of dollars creating a 3D model for a brand that you are going to hate on? Does anybody have an answer for that? Because I'll tell you right now, they are a company. Anycolor is just like Covercore and all these other companies out there, that they put out a product for you to buy. And if you walk past it, they're going to sell it to the next person. You can't come back 10 minutes later and say, I wanted to buy that and now it's not here anymore. I want it back. You can't tell the seller that he has to go get the thing from the person he sold it to that actually wanted it and bring it back for a person who wants it just because it's not there anymore. The Bland Gore, welcome to the chat. Thank you for dropping in. Most of the info in Reddit are taken from 4chan, which is very tribalist. yes. I know all about 4chan, my friend. I made one comment towards Roboco from Hololive. They spun it out of context. And then I suddenly got rained on by over 80,000 people that were hating on me for what I said. And the only thing I said was, I miss you. It feels like you're not here anymore. It feels like you're gone. How come no one has given us an update on what's going on with you, with your health? And I got on for saying that. But you know what? All that hate came and went. All right? And I have super chatted Roboco several times. And she has read them live on stream, right after I sent it. And the only reason that I feel like she would even bother with that, instead of saying, "Oh, Marko, thank you for the super chat," and move on. The only reason I feel, anyways, is that because I made a public apology in Japanese, telling her, I'm sorry, I'm concerned about you. You are. A mentor to me. I watch what you do on your streams, and it really helped me, get better with my presentation. I realized I needed to be more organized, so on and so forth. And I apologized to her. I said, if I have brought any shame or any, repercussions from this, it's on me. I take full responsibility for it. And that's not because I am required to say that. It is because I wanted to say that. And I'm not, that doesn't give the haters out there and antis a win by doing that. But the thing of it is, and I think this is extremely important, is that people right now, they think that because they are the consumer, everything has to be handed to you. If you don't like something, you have to hate on that person until they agree to it. And as a VTuber, we really, with me being independent, I can say whatever the hell I want. If I scare away all of my viewers, it's either me talking to myself, or, I wait till someone else comes along. But I don't advertise myself out there. But that's besides the point. They expect other people to do things for them purely because they are a VTuber. And they feel that they have, a higher pecking order in life now because they have a model and they're a VTuber. And you have to respect this. You have to give me that. You have to, like what I like. You have to do this. There are so many VTubers out there that expect it. It's insane. All right, because number one, if you're like me and you only have like 740, subscribers, yeah, I may have a little following, but I don't consider myself an idol. I don't consider myself above my audience. And I say this every time new people come in. New people, you come in. I have the ban button, all right? I have the ban hammer, all right? But if you come in and you disagree with me, and you say it in a way that you would like to be talked to, I am more than happy to discuss that, live online. Especially if it's something that piques my interest or it's something I'm talking about, or you bring up a topic. If you disagree with me, it's fine to disagree. I mean, for crying out loud, when you start getting into these religious warfare things that are out there and you try to drag it into the VTuber universe, we don't care. We really don't. Because that's not the world that we operate on when we are streaming. That is the only difference between a VTuber and the audience. We offer the opportunity to either be in a different experience that you can't get in real life, or to at least interact with you in a way that you would like to be acted with. Have action, have back and forth, have a conversation with. That there are so many people out there that drag everything in their life that is baggage, and they throw it online, and then they get mad because nobody, people don't want to deal with it. They don't want to watch a VTuber that, has multiple, issues with different societal things, and they hate the world and all this other stuff. Who wants to watch that? Who wants to listen to that? I mean, that's why I didn't even play Fall Side on the stream here and only name drop him, because I can't bear to listen to the guy, because as soon as he starts talking, he lies through his teeth. Why would I want that? Why would you want that? The only reason why is because I think I this is personal opinion again, but I think that the only reason why people are like that and live like that and act like that for however long they're online is because they are unhappy as a person. They hate their own life, but they don't want to take the effort to change it. Something happened in their life, and now their life isn't like the life that they wanted. They don't want to put the effort in to change it, or they don't want to put the effort in to, take who you are as a person and develop it into something better, even if it's not in that direction. Like me, I've had 5 back surgeries in the last 15 years. 5 back surgeries. I was stuck in the hospital for 6 months with a staph infection. When I got out, I could no longer do a lot of the physical things that I used to do before I had to get my spinal fused. There's a lot of things I can't do anymore. I could either be sad about it, I can brood about it, I can take it out on my audience, or I could try to find something that will better me in a different direction and maybe find some more satisfaction doing that, knowing that at least there is something that I know I can still do and do it well. That's why I trade stocks all day, every day during the week, and I keep my eye on the stock market. I mean, if I can't make money in a certain way, but I can do this on the side and still make a profit off of it. Hey, you know what? I'm working on my retirement. But I don't let my back surgery and my lower lumbar region in my back define who I am, nor do I allow it to control my mood. Because when I do that, I go into a deep depression. And I know a lot of people out there do the same thing. And they're mad at the world because they feel like the world wronged them in a certain way. That's not what we're offering as VTubers. We do this because we want to create a world that people want to interact in. And they say, hey, you know what? My life was pure and utter crap. But then I met this one person online who accepted me for who I was, accepted me for what I want to be, and genuinely wants me there. That is what we as VTubers should be pushing. That's what made so many people successful through Hall Live EN, Hall Live JP. That's why there are so many moments when somebody says something and everything stops, and that VTuber in that moment gets hit so hard by either the reality of what the super chat says, or of the appreciation that that particular fan has towards them, because they gave them something to look forward to. That's what we are. How'd you end up with those? I mean, oh my. Okay, so long story short, I used to work for an organization for one of the states in the United States, and while I was on working on shift, there was an accident, and I got caught in the middle of it, and I automatically, because of the accident, it blew out my L3, L4, L5, and L6 discs, and shifted those vertebrae. So the only way of resolving it, so I could walk and do anything, was to have the spinal fusion surgery. And somewhere along the line, after they did the surgery, I picked up a staph infection while I was still in the hospital, and I spent over 6 months in the hospital. They put on this, like, it's literally like a vacuum that they put on your back, and it basically helps like suck out all the bad stuff, But the bad thing it was for me is that they have to replace that every other day. There's a seal on it, along with like this little sponge thing that helps seal it. But the bad thing of it is that the sponge that they put in there, your skin starts healing, and it starts going into the sponge. So every time they take out the sponge, they're literally pulling the skin off of your back while they're replacing it. And the pain of that alone was so incredibly bad that they started having to sedate me because I couldn't take it. I literally passed out one time on them, and there were a few, so because I had the staph infection, they had to go back in surgically 4 more times. All right. And during one of those times, they started losing me right in the middle of the surgery. And the surgery that was only supposed to be like a couple hours ended up being like 20 hours. And they're finally able to stabilize me and all this other stuff. But that's what I went through. Yeah, I appreciate it, Wiley. I appreciate you guys in the audience as well. I mean, I don't track the big number, and again, I don't go out and necessarily advertise myself, right? But what I do is the people that want to come and hang out, chill, talk about stuff like this, talk about the things that people are saying, and how it's completely different than what the reality is. I'm all for that, because I want to see this industry succeed and move forward. All right. I mean, again, people like Lydia, people like her ilk and other VTubers, when they hate on anycolor, it's because they're part of that 16% that they would count on for their livelihood as a VTuber. That's what they're hating on, because they have, and that's why like the stats that Lydia put out aren't necessarily bad. Anycolor did have a significant drop in viewership, and despite the fact as a company it went up by over 30%. The amount of commerce alone of being half of the company's income now, as opposed to live streaming, is phenomenal. That is such a big shift of having money come in through live streaming, And then all of a sudden, I mean, now you're pulling in commerce of 60% with, promotions, merchandise, digital content, etc. That's a big thing. That's really a big thing. And I think a lot of streamers that hate on Nijisanji, they see what they're doing and that they're succeeding with it. And there's a lot of jealousy and hatred and resentment towards the company because when Hololive came along, they were able to connect with the fans a lot quicker because we had already been pre-programmed to accept, new VTubers that are out there. I mean, it literally, anycolor kind of, they helped get the VTuber business going on a public level and not just private companies. That's what I spend my time on now. You know, I again, I trade stocks, as a pastime, right? But I still put the money in because I want to see cover quarter succeed. I want to see anycolor succeed. I honestly think if they have the right business model, which it seems like anycolor and a cover core both have, they could literally become, one of those sensations that are part of everyday life, just like how Facebook is now, or Twitter. And the only difference is they're putting out content instead of you just, going there to collectively do stuff online together, or, back in the day when you're playing, when I was playing Texas Hold'em for 10 hours on Facebook, stuff like that. And the thing I've really warned people about is the fact that you are going to see them monetize what they're doing a lot more than what they used to. And that is exactly true. They have, they spend money on, almost every streamer now does it except for me. But, it's like, hey, buy my merch, buy my merch, buy my merch. I just did this, buy my merch. I mean, that is almost like a common welcome gesture now. And it's like, does the merch define you, or do you define the merch? It's just like live streaming. Do you let the norm be what you should be, what they think you should be, or are you gonna be who you are and bring to live streaming how you want to present yourself? It doesn't fit everyone, but the ones that do are appreciated. What is my thought about Disney? Well, Disney did do extremely well up to the tech bubble. There is a lot of people out there that are questioning their current business model and how they are allocating their budget, especially after having so many flops of TV shows and or miniseries and stuff like that. And there is a lot of concern within the market about, like, the big franchises, like, the MCU, the Star Wars and everything else, that they are going so far off what they have that originally defined them, that the concern there that is that you're trying to cater to maybe like 10% of your viewers, and the other 90% are expecting a product in line with the universe that was already built. And don't get me wrong, you can have a universe that is built and then add on to it, but you have to be able to add on to it and live within the rules, in for lack of a better word, the physics of the world that you're trying to insert the extended part with. It has to be able to work together. You can't just, Disney has gotten to the point where they are basically trying to rewrite what was already done. and then sell it to a vocal minority, and hoping that they can profit off of them. And I think it's a terrible idea. It's extremely predatorial. Okay, now I'm going to get a little into a little bit of uncomfortable territory here, but we talked about LGBTQ plus stuff on my channel before, but not in this frame of talking. But I feel that companies like Disney, and in fact all the companies that they're like, oh yeah, we support the pride and stuff like that for X, Y, and Z and all this other stuff. They're doing it because they're hoping that those people come to their business and spend money. Not because they actually care about it. It's because they are trying to say, hey, we're quote unquote friendly towards you, so you come buy our stuff. And I think it's wrong. I really do. That's why I feel, and again, this is just me, that it's not a company's responsibility to be pro or negative anything. I mean, that rule should not exist, because if you are a commercial business, you have to be expected to cater to whoever walks through the door, so long as they are acting like a customer and not like a damn fool. You know what I'm saying? I you constantly see videos on TikTok and X and everything else, of customers flipping out and throwing things and doing whatever, and still expect them to make their burger for them. And it's like, no. Businesses do have the right to turn people away when they are not there to actually buy anything, or they have bought it, they have ate it, and then now they're just trying to start trouble. If you're going to open your door to one person, you're going to have to open your door to everyone. It doesn't mean you have to like them or accept them or support them. It should not matter. I mean, that's how I run my channel. I accept everyone. I don't need those rules because everyone's accepted here. Can't see how imagine how it feels. CJC, I suffered so badly just trying to heal. It took over a year before I could like walk through a Walmart or walk through a grocery store. I had people that helped me along the way, but I mean, it was terrible. And when you sit there and you start feeling helpless like that, like I did, everyone, my regulars know the story. I was at my wit's end. My mother, my mother passed away from cancer a year after. A year after I found Hololive. I had to sit there and watch her fade away. I was at my wit's end. I couldn't work because of my back. I had all this other stuff going on. I was at my wit's end, and then I found Kuroni and Mori and Gura. Those the first three people I ever watched was Kuroni, Mori, and Kiara. Right, those were the first three people I actually watched, and I felt something there that I didn't feel anywhere else, and I felt like that was a place that I could at least be at peace for a little while, right? And then I started meeting the other ones, but the ones that left the most impression on me was Roboco, and it's because Roboco had been suffering through a lot of physical issues along the way, and she had to spend time away from streaming. She would come back, but she was still not 100%, so she was doing like a lot of casual streaming stuff. But sitting there, allowing her to talk to us and tell us, I want to get better so I can come and have fun with you guys. That hit me extremely hard, because she was fighting. She was fighting, to get better, to come back. And that's why she became my Oshi, because I see a lot of me in her as far as like health issues. All right, I see a lot of that, and she tries as much as possible not to let that define who she is. She looks at what she still has and continues to polish them, refine them, so she can use them while trying to get better, while trying to take care of the spots that are not working correctly. Hell, I mean, I and I've talked about this before, from people way back when, but I was about to game over myself. I was that strung out with everything that was going on. I couldn't listen to my mother cry, because she was in so much pain. There was nothing we could do for her. I was out, on my back, and I couldn't do anything. And the doctors were like, "Oh, we have all these prerequisites you have to pass before we can even attempt surgery on you. And if they do the surgery, it's going to be a 20-hour surgery that requires several doctors, and they have to go through my belly to get to my back because there's so much scar tissue back there. They can't operate from that side, and so they have to go all around the internal organs. I'm sitting here thinking, I mean, I could literally, not come back if I lay on that table. But what am I going to do? If I can't do that, how am I going to, make an income? How am I going to be able to do X, Y, and Z? Mori and especially Mori at the beginning, there was a lot of things that Mori said that I resonated with, and I don't quite click with her because her attitude and way of looking things is different than mine. But I mean, there was a lot of stuff, especially when she started putting out her first songs and stuff, that really resonated with me. And it's like, she's gone through all this tough stuff. I've gone through all this tough stuff. Roboco's gone through all this stuff, but only two of the three of us are fighting it, fighting it to try to make it, and it made me start realizing, hey, you know what? I have other things about me that I could do as well. My mind still works. I can still think. I could still talk. I could still do certain things that, I can find a way to refine those so I can present them to be able to do things that perhaps I will enjoy. You think if both Niji and Hololive get any bigger, big companies like Disney would take a bite out of the industry? I think that right now Disney, they're looking at how things work with like VTubing stuff, because it still is in its extreme primordial state in the United States. There are like Hololive has put out their satellite company, in the worst place of Los Angeles. I don't know. I would that's a bad business decision in my opinion, because they have some of the highest business taxes in the entire United States. They're not going to make money off of that satellite company for at least 5 years, in my opinion. It's not going to be profitable for them. It may not necessarily damage the revenue in total, but the thing of it is, what CoverCore is doing right now is extremely calculated, but it's also risky, right? Because they are expecting to pay for continued development of Hollow Earth from their earnings, and they're also starting They're also taking out a loan that they have to pay back for 5 years, and they are probably one of the first companies, at least public companies, that have taken out a significant loan in order to do the project that they want to do. They will have more debt that they have to pay back in October than anycolor has right now. Because anycolor only has a debt percent of like a 1% debt that they owe to somebody else. And Hololive is going to be taking out as a very significant amount just for development, and then they're expecting the costs of running Hollow Earth to come out of their revenue. So second quarter, not the one that's coming up, but the next one, second quarter. After that, by December, we're likely going to see Hololive. They are either going to have to mad sell like gangbusters, and get as much money out of their monetization as possible, or they're going to suffer a significant loss and revenue in December. But where your question comes in with Disney, they're looking at what they're doing and seeing whether or not it's marketable. I personally don't think at the moment. I personally don't think they will find it marketable in the United States. But Disney does have a giant, not a stake per se, but they do have a good presence in Japan. So there may be something that like it. If you watched when Fuomoko were working for Manga Gamer for the Go Nippon thing, I think they were probably the one of the first people, the first streamers that took on a persona and played it the entire time while they were online. So if, say, like, Disney does that with one of their IPs, or they create a new IP or whatever, I could see them marketing that for first in like maybe Japan, since they already have business connections there, and they know that the market is growing even further. So, and especially now that they have VTubers have their claws sunk into that, like minor age of like 6 or whatever through 18 or whatever, however they classify it. But that like a kid will see an animated thing and they like it, they're automatically going to remember that name and they're going to like it the entire time. So there is a lot of marketability for that. I don't think that they have the capability to transition that like ability to capture a large audience in the United States who largely does not understand how VTubers work to begin with. Yeah, they're way too focused on the MCU and ruining Star Wars and all sorts of other stuff. Yeah. I guess even in a galaxy far, far away, they still worry about the same things that we worry about in real life, right? I guess. I don't know. Well, and that's a great thing, CJC. I mean, I think, honestly, I was really, really okay. And again, this is my opinion. I was extremely disappointed when Hololive EN and Holomyth and everyone else did this transition away from the characters that they were portraying, with like actually doing the shark thing, letting that be part of who you are, Mori being death incarnate, that kind of thing. I mean, the only one that really, 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 really ran with it the entire time was Kiara. And she took what she was and what they said the character, the mythos and legend behind the character. They told her what it was, and she took it and embraced it, and then she made it her own. And she can still transition to and from it at will, because she has built her character into having the ability to embody what she was and what she is now and what she's going to be in the future. And that's what I like about a lot of the JP branch in anycolor. Because you have them still embracing their character, but they're embrace the character that is trying to understand how the interact in like real life, or they use their character's strong points and weaknesses while they're playing a game. They embrace it. And it just feels like like with Hololive, they transition off of that too quickly, and they never build upon it, and that's what really disappointed me. That's why I'm really hopeful towards Hollow Earth, but I'm also real skeptical that it's gonna be functional at launch. And I've mentioned this before, guys. Anycolor somehow has like upwards of at least 2 support staff per liver, at least, and that's the averages. That's not completely accurate, but it's the averages, right? But if you look at what they're trying to do with Hollow Earth, there's only 51 support staff working on it. And a lot of that support staff are probably right out of training Unity technicians, because they're building Hollow Earth in Unity. They're fresh out of college. And there's gonna be a lot of turnover there too. But and then you have to pay the people that run the servers, and you have the upkeep of it. I don't even see them being able to support the amount of people that are going to try to play it at launch, from everything I've seen, because they're on version 0.8. Okay, that means that they're within a couple of months of launching. And I've said it before, and I'll say it again. I do believe that the official launch date is going to be sometime in October, because October is when they start having to pay back the loan. So I'm figuring they're probably going to try some kind of release in October. Maybe not the entirety of the sandbox world. Maybe, I don't know. Because I mean, there's a lot going on in the sandbox mode. But there's a lot that really, 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 really needs like that polish. Especially when you're fighting and trying to stay alive. I mean, there's just a lot there that needs to be polished. Well, here's the thing. On par with with how games are made right now, they're gonna have to gotcha. To do anything in this like adventure, like storyline type world or whatever, they're gonna have to gotcha. If you log into Hollow Earth now, the entire store, for any type of clothing that is sold in the store, you have to pay real money for. Anywhere from 2 to I think 6 whatever the currency is, 600 something. So you have to pay like on average like $6, $6 to $10 just to buy digital assets that your avatar can wear. You only have at the start one gifted character modification thing. So like if you make your character and you don't like it, you have to pay for it after you use that thing that they market, and that's gonna be like another $5. So, and then if you want to buy like a lot of the graphical emotes that that look like any of the Hall Live girls, you have to pay for that too. And they automatically start pushing this $25 package of emotes as soon as you open up the store. So, yeah, they're really going to have to pull the money in from this in order to be profitable. Which, again, if you most games, the 1% whales are the ones that keep it going. I figured it out back after Genshin Impact launched, that on average, again, this law of averages, on average, they only need approximately $30 per character per month to support the amount of players that were playing at the time. And $30, people throwing thousands trying to get characters and stuff like that. That's gonna be paid for. But you have to have a large enough install base that continues to come back in order to get that kind of revenue. So I don't know if they will be able to do that or not. Oh. Why did that pop up? There you go. Okay. Hollow Earth is an ambitious project. I wouldn't put much hope for it. I believe. Well, they've already spent over, I think a combined total, well, at least 2,800,000,000 yen on it. So they have to. It's either going to be written off as a loss, or they're going to have to try to figure out how to get the money back. But I mean, it could be like a Resident Evil 6 type of thing, where it took like 8 years for them to break even after they launched the game. So I mean, it was quite a while. So I mean, it could be one of those things. NFT type of thing, yeah. That's me hoping to interact with Miko or Dane just to support. I might, but I might not go beyond $10. Well, see, here's the other thing that I am extremely concerned about with Hollow Earth. And I'm putting together a video for it, just to kind of like give a rundown of what I see when I logged into it and played it. There's like a Hollow Earth HQ type of building, like right center, that's extremely tall. You can't miss it. Big staircases and stuff like that. And there's 2 robots on each side, and they say that's the area where they are going to broadcast from. So I'm assuming that's like going to be like the hub for going in to like see the proto lives or whatever like that. But the thing of it is, I honestly believe that, again, this is my own opinion based upon what I see, they are likely going to pay gate that being able to go into that building to see concerts. You're going to have to spend real money to buy a virtual ticket to see a virtual model do a concert. So I can't see them trying to monetize that to bring in money to pay back what it costs to make it. And then there are at least 1, 2, 3. There are at least 4 more gates in that area, that community area, that they haven't built out yet, and they're not in the game. So I'm guessing they likely will be shops as well. I don't know. But then there's also a couple of bus places where and there's some robots there that say that it's out of service right now. So I'm assuming that's going to be like a fast travel type of thing. And then there's also 2 staircases going down into what looks like a subway type setup. and I have no idea what they're going to do with that. But I'm assuming that one way is going to be like fast travel to where you live, and the other one's going to be like fast travel to like the adventure area. I'm just guessing with that. Um, Speaking of business, any Kyra made a virtual hostess bar called. Oh yeah, yeah. I can see that. There are a lot of business practices that are still profitable um, when they monetize correctly, or it's in line with the type of community and customer base that you're trying to focus on, and that's why a lot of people are extremely disappointed with nijisanji because they're only focusing on anybody that they might have see potential in, or their current um, livers, but they don't have any grand plans for them. I do think that a couple of them, or a few of them, are still going to do like small or medium sized concerts, but there really hasn't been anything announced that to be excited about. And they had this problem with the recent convention and stuff like that, and all that's going on, and so it's left a very a bad and sour taste in people's mouth. Um, that's why they're not going to they're not going to invest more money into it, because right now, no matter what they do, it's not going to be enough for the people that are demanding more. So I see them really trying to reorganize things and hire the right people to build out properly the support for those livers, and then the following year, assuming that everything goes well, and they're able to recover from with the livers that they have, and the ones that they may have hired, they'll be able to start expanding on it again. But the problem that Hollow En has, and we saw it on one of these slides here before. Um, I'm not sure. I don't remember what slide it was, but one of the slides showed that the attraction towards the EN branch, there was the most of the revenue shortfall, or the decrease in revenue, came from Japanese people that stopped watching the EM people, and they went back to the EM the JP people and just supported them instead. And basically that is kind of what I've always had a problem with people doing streaming, and especially like Cover and Hololive. I mean, you have like anywhere from 10 to 25 people all streaming at once. And you can't, there are browsers out there that allows you to watch, however many in small little windows. But what that causes, you're cannibalizing your consumer base, and they are fighting amongst themselves in order to keep that person in their viewership. So I always felt like, even in the JP branch, I kind of felt the same way. But the thing of it is, it feels like the JP viewers, they seem to be able to pick one person and gravitate towards them, and then watch the other people if they have time. But they, in Japan, it looks like they are they realize that the JP streamers are doing less cannibalization of the consumer base than the English side, and because of that, they have continued to see revenue increase, revenue and viewership and everything else. So I can understand the process that they're trying to do with this, because you don't want to throw another $10 million at the EN branch, but it still be a mess. And that's what the antis and the haters are complaining about. They're like, well, you're not giving them any more money, and it's like, well, why are you spending more money on the first place when they're losing viewers? You just because you spend money doesn't mean that the viewership is going to go up. You know what I'm saying? And if there's a mass walkout of the EN branch, anycolor is going to look at it and say, okay, that's a 16% loss. Okay, we can write that off. Because you're losing the branch, but you're not losing like the bulk of what brings the money in the first place. Yeah, you need to get ready. All right, CJC, thank you for dropping in, and Wiley, are you still here? I think you're still here. Can't sleep. Well, I'm streaming at a weird time because I usually stream at 8 p.m. But for today, I wanted to try it a little bit differently because I wanted to make sure I got the video out while everything was still quiet at my place. So let's see here. Speaking of business, oh yeah, that so there have been several what they coined the term online salons for men, and I happen to stumble upon a couple of those VTubers that were on YouTube before YouTube started really cracking down on a lot of stuff, and they made a good amount of money off of that stuff. But it slowly dwindled as the platform started cracking down on that kind of content. But there's also been, like you said, content where they made virtual cafes and stuff like that, and I think that those types of setups probably lost their luster once we started getting out of the confines of our house, because of the lockdowns and all those other things. So, but I do think that there's a strong need or presence for it, because if you look at how people interact through virtual chats and stuff like that, and being able to import your VTuber model in, and feel like you're closer to being able to talk to them and that kind of thing. I can see that the allure to that. But the thing, the other thing that made me kind of interested was, they have really been trying to get some of that virtual stuff going with of Hololive. So I'm kind of wondering, and I'm kind of hoping that what they do is that they are able to link those things together, and even if it's just story plotline, scripted characters and stuff like that, start bringing those models into the fold of like Hollow Earth, and being able to do gotcha and pick them up, that kind of thing. I'm hoping that's kind of what they want to do, and you also have the allure of the indie scene, and it sounds like anycolor is going to do spend that kind of money to pursue something in that scene as well. Whether it be a gotcha game or something else, or they develop it in house. I honestly don't think that they're going to do like a program like what Hololive does, but it does sound like they are going to at least spend the money and what they call an exploration. That's basically what they do. You do an exploration of a concept, and then if it looks like it's feasible within, it can fall within the standard budget for the year, then they start pursuing it, right? And I do see anycolor trying to do something, but not on the scale of what Hollow Earth is. I could see them really targeting like iOS and Android phones, because that's the easiest way to develop something, is to develop it for mobile and then send it out that way. And that's probably one of the quicker ways of getting your money back, your return on investment, is to build out a game for mobile, make it gotcha, put the characters, various people in there, and allow them to live out their lore through whatever game they're trying to build out. But anycolor themselves, that there is just they are in a weird spot. To put it bluntly, they are in a weird spot because they're undervalued. They underperformed, but they still made a very decent budget, or net profit of off of each month. And even if it doesn't fall within the consensus of people that rate the specific stock, they still do well enough to where they get a 21% jump in their stock, after they report net profits. And they're just in a weird spot because I don't think investors quite know what to do with it yet, because it's such that they are so dependent and interwoven with what happens with the Japanese yen, that the moment the yen dips because of the US dollar, their stocks plummet. And then once the yen starts strengthening again, like what we've seen over the past week, their profits start going up, and the shares start going up. So they're just in a weird spot. But I actually think anycolor is in a better position than Covercore, because Covercore is trying to develop this world, and right in the middle of what they're considering the new lost generation of people in Japan, because there's so many people that are working multiple jobs, but at the same time, none of them are the jobs that are needed in order to keep Japan in a position where they can be self-sustaining. So they have to import everything, and because they import through the U.S. dollar, makes things much more costly for them to import. So, and that's why a lot, in a good way, investors look at stuff like Covercore and anycolor, and they realize, well, the only thing that they're shipping out are things that they can ship out themselves. And it's a digital asset, a digital IP, so it could be pretty much sold anywhere in the world, and that's why you get those investors like that. Like right now, anycolor has a hedge fund type play. Well, they're not just a hedge fund, but they also do hedge funds. They have an agency like that, and they're based out of China, but they only got like a 1.2% stake in the company, and a lot of those shares that usually come back during the buyback period, you know, and that's kind of what they were hoping, because you got China on one side that is having an economic downturn, so you're looking at them probably not feeding into the economy. Then you have the U.S. The U.S. There's the dollar is so strong that it's too costly. So then you have to start looking at alternatives, and you start looking at, they're not going to do business with Russia because, of everything that's going on. And so then you start looking at like Korea, and they can do business with them, but you're only going to be able to do digital business with them because anything else is going to be too costly. So that's kind of like where they're looking at where VTubers are, and the social media thing is going. And that's why you're seeing like that's why you're seeing more action like on X, with their platform there, which is doing absolutely nothing right now. And then you have TikTok, but that might be banned in America, so who knows. So if many VTuber I like, Chuckle Sensei, yeah. Well, it's actually been pretty fun to be able to see, a whole bunch of them interact with each other, like what they're doing with Arc right now. And I think that's what a lot of people miss, is they miss being able to watch them interact with each other, and then they start their crazy conversations that may slide into not safe for work areas, but that's the funnest part of being able to watch them. But the thing that people have to recognize, and this is what people in the sections that Lydia and Fallside and even to the extent of like Bizojo, what they have to realize is that you're not making your profit off of streaming anymore. You're only utilizing your for streaming for the purpose of advertising yourself being out there, and they don't quite get that, because their either business model or the way that they're trying to function as a self-sustaining type of job, those types of things, they're heavily dependent on viewerships, memberships, super chats or donations or whatever. And anycolor and Hololive are past that. They've already moved on from that, and but that's something that they refuse to recognize, that anycolor has done extremely well marketing themselves within Japan. And that's the biggest population that buys into VTubers. So obviously they're going to succeed there, because that's the way the market is. And it kind of made me sad in a way that these ladies, they were in our lives, like from the time we woke up to the time we fell asleep. They were always in our lives, live and talking and chatting and having fun and stuff like that. And then 2023 came along and went to 2024, and like I warned everyone, I said it myself, I said, we're gonna start seeing the people we love a lot less now. And no one listened to me. They all just kind of like told me to shut up. I don't know what I'm talking about. We're gonna see them a lot less, because they're gonna be doing more away from us and more towards what's happening in Japan right now. And how they market them and do all these other things. And it's true that there has been a decrease in anycolor, especially anycolor, because they have been marketing themselves in the commerce of Japan. Oh God, not Arc though. Yeah. Well, it was kind of funny, I mean, Roboco was running around with like literally nothing on. It's like Roboco, where are your pantsu? Then she probably put clothes on. She was running around without clothes, and I was like, oh my gosh, oh don't do that. yeah. But I also gotta say that the video that or the live stream of Iris and the other I forget who else was streaming with her when they did their kind of like live beta session of Hollow Earth. Uh, they are people got to realize they are playing on like top notch computers that are likely in the same building as where the server is. So you're not going to get that latency, and things are going to function extremely well. Because what they showed and what I showed, what I saw, there it's completely different. And people gotta understand that it's if I remember correctly, because I was kind of looking at I did a ping plotter on Hollow Earth a while back, and I traced I traced my ping all the way back to a server farm, and that server farm was the gateway for the server farm was it was in Japan. So you got the latency coming to and from Japan as one hurdle, especially in the United States. And at that time, according to the stats that I saw, servers that are similar to that can sustain up to about 250 people. And if you have like 10,000 people trying to cram in to play simultaneously, you're going to need a damn good server farm. Now they do have a minority stakeholder that does have a larger stake in a different company, and they specialize in the metaverse type of stuff. So I'm almost curious of whether or not that business connection is going to be there for them to build out their Hollow Earth on their hardware and technology. Since he is a part shareholder in that other company as well, because it's you're not going to want to run this stuff in house. I'm afraid if they run this stuff in house, it is going to bomb because no one's going to be able to get in. I know, right? Many VTubers I like. I already read that one. The reason why I like Niji's stream is at the same time is because of gaining recognition with fans. Seeing JP members stream of well, and that's just the thing. There is a saturation limit that you have to be very careful of. And that's the other reason why I was highly questioning why how they schedule them, either by them schedule themselves or someone else does it for them, with all of them competing for each other for the same viewership. It feels like there's a missed opportunity, and I know that the Indonesia girls of Hololive were streaming for a while, like right now, but it feels like there's a complete time zone that is being missed. It's usually from that late morning into the early afternoon, but I also think that they tend to not schedule them around that time because they're afraid that they're going to miss the JP people because they're going to be asleep, and then you're going to miss the English population because they're going to be at work. I think that's the rationale behind it. I could be wrong, but I just think that they really need to kind of edge that starting point for like the evening back to like 5-6 o'clock, because people start coming home around that time, so it kind of makes a good time period for that. And then you have people in Japan that are waking up, having breakfast, maybe going to catch the subway, that kind of thing. So, um, but what fan of Nijisanji wants is the interactions with the VTubers. Well, and I think that's I think it's entirely fair that the people that love Nijisanji want that interaction between themselves and the VTuber, and that's unfortunately what a lot of people prey upon, is that they that the person that is on the other side, on this side of the screen, we want to do our best to be able to reach out and talk to people and interact with them, and make sure that they know that we know you're there and that we appreciate you, that kind of thing. And I think that because of that friendliness that they try to produce in themselves, a lot of people try to take advantage of it, and that's where like controversies come along. So there's always a kind of a mix of like hesitation versus wanting to do something, because we, as a VTuber myself, I want to try to recognize as many people as possible in my chat. People come and go in my chat. I appreciate that. If you're a lurker, that's fine. But if you want to say something, even if I don't agree with it, I at least wanted to, I'm not afraid to hear it, because I want to welcome as many people with as many different viewpoints as there is. If you're disruptive in my stream, yeah, I'm gonna ban you. But that's besides the point. I still do appreciate people that want to talk about things, even if they don't agree with me. Now, if you apply that to Nijisanji and Hololive, you're kind of stuck in that place, because you want to make sure that you show your courtesy towards an international audience, right? You want to try to cater to as many people as possible, and you also want to be as sympathetic or empathetic as possible for people that may be dealing with things, and there are times where even the liver or the VTuber is going through something that affects them, and it bleeds through into their character. But then that's what people start preying upon, because it's a weakness. It's when that the veil drops, so to speak. But I don't think that I don't think that it's necessary to exclude that within your presentation, so long as you do it thoughtfully. And not everyone's going to like you. I mean, we all understand that. Not there's going to be people that don't like you, and that's fine. We don't have to convince the entire world to like us. Any of us, we shouldn't have to. Umberto, welcome to the chat. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I had finished going through all the slides and stuff presentation. And we're just kind of chatting about random topics within the VTuber sphere and everything else. Oh, that's what I forgot to talk about. So, I want to make sure. Like there was an event with more than 50 VTubers at once. Well, yeah, I mean, I love those types of events, because you get to see different people. You get exposed to different people, and you might find somebody else that you really kind of resonate with, that you want to start supporting. And I found a lot of VTubers that way. There was an independent VTuber named Ankaro, and I supported her for several years, because I she was trying extremely hard, and she introduced me to the girl that the girl VTuber that like really felt like a little sister to me, you know. And it still hurts to say her name because she graduated, but it's not that I don't talk about graduated people in my stream. It's that in this case, she was literally like a little sister to me, you know. And I was sad to see that she had to graduate. But I met her along the way, and that's something that was very precious to me that I really appreciated. Yeah, and then she introduced me to a couple other independent VTubers, and the only reason why I even saw them was because they interact with them. They were on the same stream with them. They were doing stuff together, that kind of thing. So I think that when like anycolor does like big stream events like that, it gives it gives the lesser known VTubers a chance to show everyone who they are, and I haven't looked at the statistics for it, so I don't know how accurate or inaccurate it would be. But I would assume that because you're able to expose other VTubers to the audience, even if they are within the same audience or same time frame, you could have like one person that's doing a karaoke night, and then you have another person that may be playing a game you don't care for. You're able to see that other person and support them because you were able to see them. So I think that anycolor being able to be friendly even to quote unquote rival companies is a really good thing. So I really want to see. Yeah, Ankuro, it made me sad too that she was working like 3 jobs at one point. And I was talking to her. I talked to her through X, and unfortunately we lost contact with each other, and she hasn't answered me since. But a while back, I told her, I said, hey, you know what would be really cool if you're comfortable with it, a lot of the girls like in Hall Live and other places, they do a morning stream where they talk, they just talk for like 30 minutes or an hour, as they're getting ready for work or having breakfast, that kind of thing. Or even lunch, if you have time, if you're sitting down and eating a sandwich or whatever, you can always just pop on and talk. You don't have to you don't have to play something in front of us. You don't have to necessarily have a topic that you want to talk about. And she actually did it for quite a while, and a lot of people really loved it. Because she was a little more candid with us. And she talked a lot about the stuff that she liked and everything. But it was really sad when I saw it. She wasn't there anymore. Especially I mean, I got a lot of stuff. I bought like well over like $200 worth of her merch. And I mean, I still have a picture from her anniversary, her first anniversary from 2002 or 2022 that she hand signed, and there were a couple other things that she signed as well that I have, and she wrote little messages on. It was so cool because I opened up, I got the package from her. I was like, well, this is kind of strange way of packaging stuff, and it was like every time I opened up part of the a box, because there was like a big box. Well, first there was this big envelope, right? And then there was this big box inside. And then inside the big box, there was another box. There were a couple boxes. And then there was a couple more boxes. It just kept on breaking down like that. But every time I would open up a lid, there was something that she wrote on there. And it was so, I mean, I really appreciated the thoughtfulness of it. Because, I was like, look, I want to support you. I want to help you, if if you need anything, I will help you as much as I can, if it helps you pursue what you want to do, gotta sleep. Yeah. Thank you so much for dropping in, the Blangor. The first time I see you in chat, but I really appreciate you being here. Anytime you want to talk about stuff like this, and I'm streaming, just come on in, don't be afraid to talk. That's all I was saying. But I appreciate you being here. You have a good morning since it's 3:30 in the morning. So you too is past 3:30 a.m. Man, yo, I woke up at 5, and the usual people like Amu-chan and um Kasane, she was not, she streamed a little later, so I was like, man, maybe I should move this to 5 o'clock. And I woke up and I'm like, man, I didn't get much sleep last night because I was taking care of my cat the entire time. And I was like, it's too early. Because I usually wake up at 5 anyways, but yeah. But yeah, guys, seriously though, I try, and I think a lot of people realize it. I do try to keep an open mind about anything, especially if it's VTuber related, because I source all my stuff. I spend time. I do my own homework. I do. I spend a lot of time looking into everything that I talked about today. And may try to cite as many sources as possible for it. And it's I do my due diligence because I respect the industry that I'm in, right? If we undermine our own industry, that's how you kill a good thing, rotten it from the inside. You don't want to do that. And I wish more people like her would understand, like Lydia and False Side. I wish they would I literally wish that they would do more to bring about the awareness of these other VTubers that are small, that are very important to our industry, to try to help them succeed. And instead of spending all this time and effort, slandering and talking down to people. I mean, for crying out loud. I mean, yes, yeah, she, like Lydia does name some people in these streams that she's done. But where, she's always talking, especially now that she's like writing Doki Bird's tales of saying, independent people need to be pushed more, independent people need to be focused on, independent people this, independent people that. Well, look at what you're doing with your own streams. All you're doing, you're talking about nijisanji, talking about reverb, talking about Hololive, talking about nijisanji, talking about nijisanji. It's over and over and over again. How are you? She's very proud of the fact that she does this thing that feeds back into like the independent scene, right? And she's very proud of that, and I can appreciate that, because independent people do need to be recognized. However, if you have the ability to target and get at least 10,000 people to look at your video, why aren't you pushing more independent people instead of talking down about nijisanji? Why are you spending so much time and effort to hate a company and talk about them repeatedly, instead of talking about like the independent scene? If I had her popularity, okay, and this is honest me here. If I had her audience, or at least the same number of an audience and I was able to get 10,000 people watching my videos like every week or every day or whatever. You know, my first thing that I would talk about would be like whatever it, whatever is the big topic of the time. But I'd only spend like a minute or two talking about it, and then I would go completely into talking about independent VTubers that I have interacted with that I think are very good at what they do. She spent how many minutes was it? She spent less than 1 minute on she spent less than 1 minute on this headline. It's something like 48 or 58 seconds out of a 25-minute video. She spent less than a minute talking about that headline. Why didn't you put somebody's name up there that you want us to know about? You could put nijisanji views down 50% in your in your headline for or title for the stream. But that's not the thing that's going to grab people. If they know who you are and you name drop other people, that's what gets them the impressions that, hey, this person I really like watching likes this person. Maybe I want to go check them out. That's exactly what influencers are supposed to do. When you become an influencer, you name drop something, people go and check it out. That's what she should be doing with her thumbnails, not this constant nijisanji crap. I hope she's doing well too, because she was working 3 jobs the last time I talked to her. And I was extremely worried because she was running herself ragged. I mean, she was doing like 16, 18-hour days at work and tried to come home and stream. And I'm like, are you working every single day? And she told me she was. She was working 7 days a week at 12 hours, 12-hour days. And I told her, I said, you don't have to give up what you love doing. If you have the energy and the time, just log in and talk to us. People will come. People know you. They want to be able to talk with you. If you're having a rough day, if it's a very bad work day, and you come out and say, hey, my day is only half over, but it's been a rough day. People are gonna be there and talk to you and encourage you for it. But I think it just all became too much, which is unfortunate. By the way, man, how did you end up with well, it's a strange thing, to be honest. I believe I think that the very first time I saw her was during the entire Doki Bird thing, and she was in a collaboration stream with Big Lawyer and Fallside. And I'm like, who the hell is this person? And so I went and looked her up, and I'm like, okay, well, she has a fan base. She clearly knows how to market herself to her fans, and fans are supporting her. So okay, but just the amount of things that came out of her mouth was just so slimy, and it gave a false impression towards the lawyered guy who ended up becoming drama lawyer. Everything that he said is like, or she said is like, that's all wrong. There's physical evidence to support that this is wrong. That you're wrong. I could pull this stuff up on the internet and show that it's wrong. What you're telling him is not factual. There's no fact behind it. And I mean, I sent big lawyer. I was like, dude, what they're telling you is complete and utter, gobbledygook. This is what it actually is and how it operates and what it does. But of course, he didn't listen to me. He listened once, and I saw him use a site that I had sent him the day before. But that was it. He just completely ignored me after that. It's like, all right, whatever. And again, I don't know her as a person. I don't watch her on a regular basis. Every so often, I'll get an email or DM or something like that, saying, "Hey, this VTuber said this," and then I'll go check it out, to see if I want to even talk about it. But I mean, I don't have anything against her. However, I do see that she lives in a double standard world. If you are very observant, I mean, she did a live stream about chicken nuggets from McDonald's. All right, and this was after the whole thing that happened with the nijisanji liver. And then, like a couple days later, she does this cooking stream about McDonald's chicken nuggets and more. I mean, she has the freaking logo on her thumbnail, and it's like, how can you and Falsight, because apparently they're good friends or something? How could you two literally shame a liver from Nijisanji about the tater tot thing, and then do this live stream about McDonald's? It's like, what? It just didn't make any sense to me. It's like, okay, so it's okay for her to eat chicken nuggets from there, but it's bad for anybody else that uses the digital asset to say that they enjoyed McDonald's, tater tot things. It's like, that doesn't make sense. Hey, what's the difference? McDonald's is McDonald's. You're buying something from them. And that's the thing that I always try to do with my streams. I hold myself accountable for what I say. And I don't say things that I regret or don't mean, because I want to stay accountable for what I say. Now, I got shamed, or somebody tried to shame me the other day when I was calling Lydia a little girl. And they're like, dude, that is so disrespectful. Why do you keep calling her a little girl? She's not a little girl. That is disrespectful. This is the reason why, blah, 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 blah. And it's like, I said it for a point. I called her a little girl over and over and over again. There was a point to it. And that point is that every time she calls Nijisanji, anycolor, a black company, that's no different than me calling her a little girl. And if people don't like it, if people are offended by it, if she didn't like it, guess what? That's how the livers, the other 99% of the livers that work for Nijisanji feel when you guys talk about them, and they are still employees. They actually still work for anycolor. And they have to sit there and listen to people like you calling the company that they work for a black company. There's a reason why these livers have been with the company so long. Some of them have been there for years, and they're finally graduating. Hey, you know what? They've been there for like 5 years. Maybe there's something about the company that they really enjoyed. But that doesn't give you the right to call them names. But if you're going to call them a black company, if you're going to call the people from Nijisanji a clique thing that that bullied people out and blah 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 blah, I have a right to call you anything I want. What do you get? Lydia, do you get special privileges that I don't get because you have 17,000 subscribers? Do I have to hit 10,000 or the 1,000 mark to be able to call people names? If you are a fan of hers, or if you enjoy her content, that's fine. That is up to you. I'm not going to tell you to stop watching her. Okay? I'm not like that. It's like I have never told people not to watch Fallside. Never. Ever. I question his content. I question the substance of what he builds his streams on. But I don't tell you stop watching them. Start watching this person. You better like this person or otherwise I'm going to ban you. I don't care. Because you are free to like whatever and whoever you want. But don't inflict a double standard by calling somebody a black company over and over and over again. When you have I think it's like over 230 people that work for that company, that they survive by a paycheck from that company, that aren't livers. They are people that work for the company that aren't livers. It really irks me when I see that. Because I felt the exact same way, when Pikami, when people went after Pikami because she wanted to play the wizard game. And then they called her all sorts of names, and they bullied her, and they trashed her, and everything else. And people are making all these in-depth videos about, how it came to happen and all this other BS. It's like, if you're going to pick on her for wanting to play a wizard game when she doesn't care about what orientation you are, let her play the wizard game. Don't watch her. But if you have the gumption to criticize her and call her names, I have the exact same right to call you whatever I want. And if you're mad about me calling you that, hey, you know what? Stop hating on her. Because apparently you don't like the double standard when it's applied to you. That's the same thing that happens with Lydia. And everyone that is like her out there. They think that they have the freedom of responsibility to be able to call people and companies whatever they want. But you don't dare criticize them. Because otherwise, you criticize them. Oh, no, now you're a bad guy. Well, you're getting the exact treatment that you're giving. People are free to call me whatever I want. It doesn't matter to me because I know who I am, and I know that I can still stand the next day and be who I am and what I want to be, because I don't have that. I don't have that fragile of an ego. Fallside's banned me from his comment section, his when he does chats, and he's also blocked me on Twitter or X or whatever you want to call it. He knows who I am, and he's seen my criticism of his. He didn't like it one bit. That's fine. That's fine because when you go out there and spread lies and then you cause drama, you start ruining the very industry that you're in. And they're doing it purely for profit. He's blocked me on practically every platform I'm on that he's on. And his ego's so fragile that when he says something and you show proof that he is lying about it or he's wrong about something, and you ask him to issue a correction on what he talked about, he blocks you. It's like, okay, I mean, I'm just trying to help you out, man. I mean, you are like a source of news for people. I would hope you would want to give them accurate news and not just like, a half truth that only goes so far because you're trying to make a headline, I do think you're a decent person, and both you can make a yeah. Well, see, that's the thing. That is exactly the thing, and that's what kind of started this whole thing at the beginning. Because him, Lydia, and Big Lawyer, they all had this pro Doki Bird, anti nijisanji type of mentality, right? And that's where I saw it all come out, and Lydia was probably a little more unrestrained with how she actually feels about the company, and I was like, okay, but seeing all the dialogue between them, I asked them, I said, hey, False Side, hey, Big Lawyer, you guys seem to really want to talk about just this one side of the argument, but there's an entire other side that you're forgetting. Again, like I keep saying, they don't do their homework. They see a shiny thing and then they automatically pick it up and run with it, and they don't realize that shiny thing might be a grenade or something else that would be hurtful to themselves or other people. It's like, okay, you guys are talking about this one thing, but everything I'm coming across tells an entirely different story. Why don't we talk about it? Because we do have different views on the same subject. It would make for a great stream. The dialogue back and forth would very much be dramatic. It would attract a lot of attention, and apparently False Light didn't appreciate the fact that I had a lot of stuff that completely blows up his theory as well as Big Lawyer's theory about things. And after I sent him that, along with linked evidence of what it actually says, he blocked me. It's like, really, really. It's like, I am not trying to like embarrass you, However, I am trying to make sure that you are aware that what you're selling isn't the 100% truth of the matter. But oh well. That's just another one of those things, though, that I the things I do, especially online, I try to be extremely calculated about what I say or what I do, because there's always a spotlight on people when you do and say things in public. Other people are going to see and hear it, so you should really think before you do something in public, because somebody is probably going to hold you accountable to that very thing. And especially if what they present is extremely flimsy versus what you have that is substantial evidence that completely counters what they have to say. It makes me wonder, do you know about this other side of the topic that you're trying to talk about? Or are you just guessing based upon a shiny picture or what other people tell you? Okay, did you bother to find out where this information came from? Did you see the information for yourself? Do you understand the topic you're trying to talk about? All these things are, I that's why I did this stream today, because what they say, what they do, what these individuals are saying and doing, does it do anything other than undermine a company that they seem to have a grudge with? Lydia hasn't banned me yet, but she might. Big lawyer just plain out didn't bother to answer me. It's like, okay, fine. I didn't want to be on your show anyways. No, just kidding. But it's important for me, to present to you guys the entirety of what I know and what I found and what is written and what's out there for public consumption. Because the more information that you see, the better objectivity you have towards the topic that I'm talking about. Whether it be back then, Doki Bird, or like right now with McDonald's, or any one of the things that that is covered by these individuals. There's just so much stuff that it doesn't make sense to me. And one of the only reasons why I think they do things the way they do is they are the one that continues to wave the flag the most and spend the biggest story by playing a wordsmith game in order to turn something into what sounds like something completely different. Wiley, thank you for dropping in. I appreciate it. Hope you don't attract too much crosshair. Hey, I've ducked them before, right? But hey, Wiley, thank you so much for being in chat. I appreciate you being here, man. Thank you so much. But it really makes me wonder, whether or not, how far planned out do they expect this to go? Because I mean, when what looks like at least 80% of your thumbnails all talk about nijisanji, it really makes me wonder, all right, that if she can do that, how come it's not okay to me to continuously talk about her in the same fashion? The only difference is I am providing actual evidence from legitimate sites that completely decimate what she says. What is the difference between me doing that and her doing what she's doing with nijisanji? And should there be any difference? Because in my opinion, if she's allowed to talk about an agency and people that work in that agency, 3, 4, 5 times a week, and have her thumbnail, completely plastered with their name on it, it should be okay for me to do the same thing to her. At least that's my opinion. But at any rate, guys, I am going to end the stream here. I did cover almost everything that I had prepared. And again, I apologize for some of the jank and some of the, some of the fumbling of the presentation, because, again, I was so worried about my cat. I closed everything down, shut everything off, and I realized I had to do it all over again. And I didn't quite have enough time this morning to do that. But thank you for your patience. Thank you for being here. Wiley, again, thank you so much for being in the chat. the Blangor, I know you've already left, but thank you so much for being here as well. Umberto, one of my favorites. I always see you in chat. I appreciate you being here. I think I catch you at some time of the day every time I stream, so I appreciate you being here. CJC, I believe you left. Yeah, I do believe you left already, but thank you for dropping in on the chat. I think that covers everyone that spoke up. Lurkers, of course, you guys are always welcome. You don't have to say anything if you don't want to. Yep. Oh, Wiley, you're still here. All right. Yeah, thank you guys so much for being here and for listening to me and having a conversation. Because as always, the point of the videos I do are for conversational purposes. I think that it's extremely important, especially when I see something that is highly questionable. So I do appreciate that and your patience with everything that's going on with me in real life. Hopefully things die down here for near future, because I do want to plan my gaming stream for tomorrow if possible. And I'll probably try to stream it at the same time or my usual time frame. I'm not sure if I want to do that then or still got an hour before Gigi's stream. Yeah, let's see. I timed it pretty good, I did hit it at an odd time today, but I still appreciate everyone that came in and went. Again, I'll probably do my gaming stream at my usual time. And of course, I also want to get started finally on ZZZZZ, the sleeping game, because I haven't even started on that yet. So I kind of want to see how that goes. So I'm not sure which one I'm going to play yet. I'll have to check my calendar for anything that happens on Monday. If I have to get up early in the morning, then I'll probably just do the gacha, and if I don't have anything, then I'll probably do the last game that we did on stream. So at any rate, guys, have a good morning, afternoon, or evening. Yeah, thank you so much, Wiley. Whatever it may be for you guys, I hope that you have a pleasant and wonderful day. And we'll catch you on the flip side. So, and hopefully by then I get my model working again, because my phone just died on me. I forgot to charge it. So, anyways, all right. Thank you guys for dropping in. This is Marko Yamashita signing off. Peace.